Okay, let's see who's here. We got everybody here.
Chair, looks like we're waiting on Commissioner Locke. But Commissioner Bolton just waved and said hello, and we have Commissioner Allen and yourself. Commissioner Delves will be absent this evening.
Right. Okay.
And I see Commissioner Locke has joined us.
Okay. So if we are all here, I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Planning Commission to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Bolton?
Here.
Commissioner Lehman? Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Commissioner Lehman is in error.
Okay.
That's coming down.
Chair LePage?
Here.
Commissioner Allen?
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum, so we'll continue with our agenda. The first item on our agenda tonight are the public appearances. Members of the public are entitled to speak to the commission on matters of municipal concern. These are matters which would not be on our agenda tonight. So is there anyone from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission on matters which are not on our agenda tonight? I see a hand up. Am I pronouncing this Ragthong?
Yes.
Rangthong? Okay, is
hear
that
me?
Miss? Yes.
Yes.
You have the commission's attention.
Thank you so much. I would like to follow up on the enforcement of the Condition of Approval 33 and March resolution denying expansion to the non-conforming structure at Northeast Corner, Ocean and San Antonio, the Shifra Holding LLC. For your reference and for public record, a summary on the issue is included in the public correspondence. The city staff plan check approval dated June 6, approving the revised project is wrong due to inaccurate information that does not reflect the Planning Commission's directive to lower the increased plate height to that of the existing condition before new construction. Many versions of the plans were submitted. Staff may have confused the numbers. So to clarify, the photo from Whitson survey last January clearly showed that the 200.59 level is not an actual finished floor level or finished grade. It's just a small piece of wood placed on the concrete slab floor with an arrow pointing. Moreover, the plan submitted at the February 2021 hearing clearly note existing floor at 200.3, and Whitson survey from October 2021 confirms this, citing concrete slab level at 200.37. We are talking about non-conforming structure that is already taller than the maximum height allowed. The applicant installed an even higher plate height and roof frame. Though the roof frame has been lowered, the plate height remains too high in violation of COA 33 and the ordinance. Simply put, align the west side plate height and the roof line to that of the existing east side structure. Commissioner Bolton pointed this out and staff has acknowledged in the March meeting. As you, the planning commissioners, are the decision-making authority on this project, and you were very clear in your February 10th, 2021 approval, and again at the March meeting 2022, that the plate height could not be increased above the original plate height. I was confused that the revised plan with the incorrect numbers and a higher plate height than existing would be given an approval on a departmental staff level. Allowing applicants to not comply with the code sets a dangerous precedent. My neighbor Paul Martin and I noted in the March meeting there has been pattern of rule violations on this project. How we got here is that the applicant has disregarded condition of approval and expanded on the height. In similar manner, applicant has demolished the garage, replaced it with a wider structure. No demolition permit was filed with the Coastal Commission, nor did the applicant seek permission from you, the Planning Committee. What happened to the permit process? Will everyone now get a pass? I remain hopeful for the fair and equal application of Carmel's municipal code, and I do appreciate your time. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the planning commission at this time about matters which are not on our agenda tonight? I see a hand up. Jonathan? Got a hand up there? There you go.
Hi.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner LePage. Hi, I represent the project at the northeast corner of Ocean in San Antonio, and I'm here today to give the community a brief update on the project. Since we presented at the March hearing, we've worked continuously with the planning and building departments to identify and remedy what we've uncovered as erroneous data on prior plans, including planned and as-built measurements by the prior ownership. Together with the planning and building department, we've jointly developed solutions to complete the house within the building regulations. I want to take a moment to thank Marnie Waffle and Brandon Swanson for their time and continuous feedback on the project. We're pleased that the city has approved our revised plans earlier this week, and we're able to resume construction. We've suffered over 8 months of delays, thousands of dollars in added cost, and many sleepless nights as a result of past miscalculations and some planning ambiguity. The project has been an eyesore at the epicenter of Carmel, and we look forward to improving the neighborhood by expeditiously completing construction in compliance with our approved plans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to address the planning commission on matters which are not on our agenda tonight? I should say that your comments will not receive action at this time, but they may receive action at a later time if they're agendized. I don't see anybody raising their hand. Anybody calling in there? See anybody there, Leah?
No, I don't see anybody.
Okay. All right. That will conclude the public appearance comments. The next item on our agenda is announcements. I think we have an announcement from the director about our new planning commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have two exciting announcements. I'll start with our newest planning commissioner, Ms. Erin Allen, who's joining us here. She's on screen. You can see her. Erin was appointed yesterday by the city council, and she was very studious. She had the planning commission packet ahead of time, read through the whole thing, had sent me a host of questions, very thoughtful questions, not just questions of like, how do I zoom into the meeting, but very thoughtful questions about staff's analysis. So I think with that, we're excited to have Erin join us. She got sworn in this morning by the city clerk. And so we are very excited to have her. I do want to just take a minute and thank Gail Lehman for all of her years of service. I think it would be inappropriate not to mention that and to thank her for all the time that she spent on the commission as well. So I don't want to go on without saying that. And so, Mr. Chair, you may want to have a little moment to, or the commissioners to welcome Ms. Allen, but I would like to, before we get to that, with your permission, also announce that, just really quickly introduce you to Catherine Wallace, who some of you met today on the tour. Catherine is our newest planner. She's coming to us as the long-range planner. As you recall, this is a new position that's going to be focused on long-range planning efforts, things like the historic context, housing element update, ordinance work, and things like that. So we're very excited to have Catherine. Catherine attended William and Mary College for undergraduate, graduated from University of Virginia with an architectural history graduate degree. So we're very excited to have that on our team. Most recently joining us from DC, but spent time with Page and Turnbull in San Francisco, working on all things historic, including in Pacific Grove on their historic inventory. And I will tell you, on top of all that, she's a wonderfully nice human being and an excellent addition to our team. So Catherine, if you want to just really quickly say hello to the commissioners, and then I'll turn it back over to Chair LePage to talk a little bit about our newest commissioner as well.
Thanks, Brandon. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. As Brandon said, my name is Catherine Wallace. I started in late April, and I'm thrilled to be here and look forward to working with you all very closely.
Thanks, Catherine. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you and Commissioner Allen, welcome aboard. I don't know if you want to say hello to the commission and the public here. We've got 43 participants tonight. You can say hello to, and welcome aboard. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks so much. And I am so honored to serve on the commission, and I look forward to learning and being a valued part of the team. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. I had a chance to talk to Commissioner Allen today. She's very enthusiastic. She's done a lot of prep work ahead of time. And I was very impressed after talking to her. I think she's going to be a great addition to our commission. I do want to really give a special thanks to Gail Lehman. She has spent many years volunteering her time on this commission. She was a vital part of this commission. She put out a lot of good work and helped us through a lot of difficult planning decisions that we've had over time. And I want to wish her all the best in her endeavors. And I'm sure all the commissioners feel the same. If any of them would like to say anything to our new commissioner or Gail at this time, it'd be appropriate if you feel like you want to say something.
Something real quick, since I'm already unmuted.
Okay, Commissioner.
Basically, just that I appreciate Gail's incredible contributions to this commission and to the city of Carmel over the years, and she will be missed. But I welcome Aaron Allen as our new commissioner and hope we do some great work together. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Locke, you want to?
Yeah, no, I also want to acknowledge and thank Gail Lehman for the years of dedication and commitment that she gave the city of Carmel and this planning commission. I'll miss her. I'll miss her thoughtful comments and perspective. And thank you very much, Gail, for everything that you've done, for all the things that I learned from you. And Aaron, welcome aboard. And you got a doozy of a meeting for your first one.
Yeah, we're throwing her in the deep end. But I wanted Aaron to know that we're all here to support you and help you, in the learning curve and make you comfortable. So if you have any questions, at any time, don't hesitate to ask staff or, the director or myself. So we're all, we all here, we want to work together and really support each other. And this commission always has done that. So
Thank you so much.
Feel welcome. Okay. And I want to welcome Catherine Wallace, who I had a chance to meet her the other day at the counter. She's very thoughtful, intelligent young lady, has great background. I know she's going to be a real asset to the community. So welcome to Catherine as well. Okay. I think that concludes the announcements on the agenda. Next item on our agenda this evening is a consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine in nature and do not require discussion unless members of the public or any of the commission wants any item pulled for discussion or have any questions. So we have 3 items tonight on consent agenda. We have the adoption of the minutes from our May 11th Planning Commission regular meeting. We have the monthly building department report. And we have the general plan and housing element annuals report, annual reports. Director, are we going to receive a report on that? Are we going to have discussion on that item?
No, Mr. Chair, unless, one of you wanted to pull it, we can talk about it. But, Ms. Waffle put together a very good staff report. This is sort of an annual perfunctory thing that we need to do at the city, just reporting on how we're doing with housing creation. This is going to become more and more important as we move towards updating our general plan in 2024 and entering into the next cycle of our RENA requirements. So you certainly can pull it if you want, but we felt that with everything that was on the agenda tonight, it was more appropriate on the consent agenda.
Okay. Do any of the other commissioners feel like they want any explanation or have any questions about the general plan and housing element annual report? See them shaking their heads. No? Okay. All right. Then that, how about any of the other items? Does any members of the public want any item pulled from the consent agenda for questions or explanation? I don't see any hands going up. Whoop, is that? No, that hand's my cursor. Okay. In that case, the chair will request a motion to accept. Well, I'll just go ahead and make a motion. Chair will make a motion that we accept the 3 items on the consent agenda, the minutes, the monthly report, and the general plan, housing element, and the report. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Locke,
Yes. Sorry.
Chair LePage.
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. Okay, the next item we have on the agenda are the orders of business. and we have the wireless ordinance workshop. And we're going to receive a report on changes to state and federal wireless laws, and at the direction of the City Council, provide feedback on questions related to the location and design of wireless facilities, which will guide the city in beginning to draft an updated wireless ordinance and amendments to Chapter 17.46 of the Carmel Municipal Code. That's telecommunications and wireless facilities. Before we start that, does the director want to make any comments, or do you want to wait till after the report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make my comments at the start of the presentation. I don't know if you wanted to say anything about it. I'm going to talk a little bit in my introduction. I guess I can start a little bit now that, as you said so rightly, we're here to focus on the questions that we received from the City Council for the Planning Commission to weigh in on. This is not, we don't have a draft ordinance yet. The city does not have a draft ordinance yet. That's what's going to come back next time. So there is another meeting at the Planning Commission in the not too distant future. So we're really trying to keep everyone focused on those specific questions that were in the staff report for you. We'll put those up on the screen. Unless you have anything you want to add to that, we can jump right into the presentation.
No, go ahead. Let's have the staff report, please.
Okay. So just to confirm, I always get confused because I have two screens. Do you see a bunch of black space around the presentation, or is it full screen?
Looks like full screen to me.
Excellent. Okay, super. Okay, well, as the chair mentioned, we're here for a wireless ordinance workshop. We are not here to present a draft ordinance in any way, shape, or form. This is to get some feedback from the commission and also importantly from the public. So as I mentioned, we're here to receive feedback, and the goal is to focus the commission on the two main areas of questioning that the City Council sent down that fall under the purview of the Planning Commission. One, preferred or discouraged locations for wireless facilities, and two, preferred and discouraged designs for wireless facilities. And what we're going to do with this information, and what we're going to do in concert with our outside telecom law firm, is then begin drafting the city's wireless ordinance. And that will come back before this Planning Commission. So we're hoping to keep within those lanes, and that will help really focus the discussion tonight at that higher level. As I mentioned, we're still early in the process. We will move on to drafting after this meeting. We'll utilize the feedback from both the Planning Commission and the public. And then we'll return to the Planning Commission with a draft. I want to take a second to recognize the incredible level of public participation at this, getting ready for this hearing, and also leading up to this, all the other hearings we had. This is one of the reasons I love working here, is because we have residents that get involved. I've been using that term a lot lately, get involved, and this is an excellent example of that. So we have a large number of comments that were received prior to this meeting. Those were all sent to the Planning Commission, and I'm sure you all had a chance to look at those. We also do have, as you're probably aware, a citizen-funded draft ordinance. The city didn't play any part of that, but we have a citizen-funded draft ordinance that was attached to this staff report. That is something that the Planning Commission was given to read through, because we do want to recognize the efforts of the citizen groups that have come to be part of this conversation early on. I would ask that, if there's things about the draft ordinance provided by the public that the Planning Commission, that falls under the purview of the Planning Commission, those things like design and location, if there's things that draft ordinance, publicly created draft ordinance does that the Planning Commission likes, please make us aware. And we can work with our council when we draft the city's ordinance to try to accomplish things that are within the law and that we feel are appropriate for the city. But we're certainly looking for that feedback as we go through tonight. So with that, we're going to do a tag team presentation tonight. I'm going to turn it over now to Trip May, who is one of the city's outside telecom councils. Trip has assured me he'll go quickly through the slides, probably much quicker than I just did because I kind of rambled on there. But really, we're trying to get to the questions. So we're going to give you some examples, tell you a little bit about the law, show you some pictures, and then we'll wrap up. Actually, I think I'm going to hand it over to Gail. I'm sorry, Gail Karish. Gail Karish is going to speak next, and then Trip will speak after that. But long story short, we want to get to the questions at the end so we can get your feedback. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gail. Gail, please let me know as you want me to change slides.
Okay, thank you very much, Brandon, and good evening, everyone. I'm just going to provide a little bit of a background Just for maybe people who weren't at the February meeting when you had a joint City Council Planning Commission meeting and are wondering, where this tonight's workshop fits into the larger scheme of the working through an update to the city's wireless ordinance. And so just a little background as a refresher, 2004 was when the city adopted Chapter 17.46 to regulate wireless facilities, and it hasn't been updated since that time. And meanwhile, as for those of you who were at the February 28th City Council and Planning Commission joint meeting, we did a presentation. There was a lot of discussion about the significant changes that have happened in both state and federal law since that time. So what the City Council directed at the end of that meeting was to ask the Planning Commission input on certain of the issues or questions that were raised at the meeting, questions B1 through C4, and directed staff to consider that input that we're going to get this evening before drafting any proposed updates. And the council also identified some issues that they felt were more within their scope of making decisions on. And so those are the ones that they'll be included in the ordinance that comes back, but the city council felt that they were particularly responsible for making those sorts of decisions. Those are things like the form of the regulations, how much authority gets delegated, whether there'd be administrative or planning commission hearings, or what sort of procedures for applications and for appeals. So those are the other questions that were on the list, questions A1 through A4 in that report that I believe is attached to the current agenda, but was part of the February 28th meeting. So those they thought were more appropriate for city council decision making. If you go to the next slide. So tonight is the workshop where we get the direction. And then after tonight, staff will evaluate all the feedback, obviously, from the Planning Commission, what we heard from the public, work with Trip May and myself to prepare draft regulations. That will come back, as Brandon mentioned, back to the Planning Commission, where you'll have another public hearing where everyone will have an opportunity to see a draft of the full regulations and take a vote on whether to recommend the draft as proposed or with some amendments to the city council. Then the draft, assuming something is approved by the Planning Commission, will then go to the city council, where they'll have another public hearing on whether to introduce and adopt the draft regulations that were recommended by the Planning Commission. So we really are at the pretty early stages of a update to the actual regulations. So I'm going to turn it over now to Trip May, and he's going to go through the questions that the council identified for the Planning Commission's input. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Thanks, Brennan. Good evening, Chair LePage and members of the commission. My name is Trip May, and I'm here to walk you through those questions. The staff report lays out each one of those questions and some analysis to help you kind of wrap your heads around what's being asked. What I'm going to do here is remind you of these questions, give you a little bit more insight where I think it might be helpful, and then show you some pictures about what it looks like in real life if you were to go with option 1 or option 2 or somewhere in the middle to help you make those evaluations. I also want to emphasize the value of your informal feedback in this context. I mean, this is not rocket science. We are asking you to tell us what you think is appropriate or not appropriate. And so there's not a verbal formula you need to worry about. You can say, I like that, I don't like that. I like this in some circumstances. And maybe if you could tell us what those circumstances are, that'd be even better. But it is that simple, really. So we'll get right into it. Question B1, first item on our list, is a preference for existing or new structures. And this is really a trade-off between using what's already in the public right-of-way or in the built environment outside of the public right-of-way versus building something totally new. And this really has more of an impact on the right-of-way because that's the more finite space. The reason why you might want to choose to put some preferences for new structures is that occasionally the existing poles in the right-of-way, for example, are just closer to things that you want to keep the facilities away from, like bedroom windows, for example. So there may be instances where you'd say, generally, we would like to have these facilities on existing structures, but maybe there are some factors we need to take into consideration to just say, in some instances, we'd be okay with new ones. So if you'd like to ask questions about that, we can certainly get into it after the presentation, like everything else. But this is really that trade-off about preserving the existing built environment or adding to it when it makes sense to protect some other interest. And so we need to identify those in order to draft your ordinance. Brandon, can we go to the next slide, please? Question number 2 is about co-location. So co-location is generally considered to be a good thing. Certainly over the last 20 years, it's been encouraged widely for macro facilities. In the public rights of way, it's been a little tougher because there's only so many ways you can hide a box on a pole on the side of the road. And so when you put more boxes on the same pole on the side of the road, sometimes you end up with double ugly. But you do avoid the facilities being spread out throughout the same area by using multiple poles. So one of the things that we'd like to go over with you guys, just give you a sense of what that looks like. It's really a pretty good idea on private property. There are some good examples of how you can accomplish this in the right-of-way, but they're limited. Brandon, could you go to the next slide, please? So on public or private property outside the right-of-way, rooftops are a great example. When you put the equipment on a building that already has facilities on it, it's hard to notice the change. So the photo you see on the left-hand side of your screen is a building in Long Beach. There's a T-Mobile facility in the spire, and there are Sprint equipment in that fake chimney a little bit further to the left side. Both are concealed, both seem perfectly normal on top of that building. On the right side, this is a building in Temecula, and all of the co-located equipment is in that tower that you see on the left side of the building. And so the more you add to that tower, you still couldn't see it. There's plenty of room built into it. That's the benefit of having it outside the right-of-way where you've got that space. Next slide, please. But in the right-of-way, like I said, there's only so many ways you can hide something on a pole. And so you can see the 2 slides on the left-hand side show what happens when you put more antennas layering on top of themselves on the same pole. It just doesn't necessarily look great. The one on the far right is a better example. This is 2 facilities, even though it might only look like one. The first facility is on top of the pole. It's a canister antenna. And the second facility is actually on strand. And that strand-mounted facility is providing wireless communication services, just using very different types of equipment. And it doesn't look like 2, but they are co-located at the same place. Next slide, please. Question B3 is a pretty important one. It's one that I think we should spend some time on. At the bottom, what we're looking for here is a rank order list of preferences using all the various zoning districts, street classifications, types of structures that you can put a wireless facility on, that lets us know what's the most preferred and what's the least preferred or most discouraged, right? And so it really is just a list. And it can be a list of those types of things I talked about: zoning districts, street classifications, support structures. It could also be specialized properties, right? We think these things would look fine on golf courses, or we think these things would look fine in parks. Whatever you think would be okay, you can pepper those specialized classifications into the list. But it's a good idea to order the list, because not only does it give everybody very clear guidelines about what you're going to prefer, it gives us also a template for working through alternative sites analysis when an application comes in at a location that we don't particularly like. So we know what is the next highest ordered preference that we should be looking for. and we know whether there's a reason to deny that application. And because it's also expressed in that rank ordered way, it gives our denial on the basis of the potential feasibility of an alternative location more defensibility. It's also useful for drawing lines. So some cities like to say that anything at this level of preference, the high level, could go through an expedited process, but anything below a certain level of preference, most of the things that you would consider discouraged, might need to go through a more rigorous one. So going through the exercise of rank ordering your preferences and expressing exactly where you want these things to go or not want them to go is a really good way of accomplishing a lot of different useful purposes. Brandon, can we go to the next slide, please? All right, so related to question B3 is the question B4 of special exceptions. We call it the special exception, but really what this is are there any facilities or facilities in particular locations that you would always say no to unless you were forced to say yes because of preemption by federal or state law, right? And so this should be sort of like the facilities and locations of last resort. It's its own special grouping because if it does fall into that category, you're also going to need to apply special findings. So everything that you would normally go through for a zoning application, all those findings, plus the findings that are going to be used to determine whether you probably have to approve this because of federal or state preemption. This should be a pretty narrow category, not because we're telling you that you should allow these things everywhere, but it should be narrow because we only have a limited amount of time to review these applications. And the additional analysis required to go through that preemption evaluation does suck up some time. And applications come in bunches. And if you fail to meet those time limits, here in California, those applications are deemed approved by the operation of law. So you just lose your discretion. It's really sort of that, like I said, last resort. It should be a very special category of facilities that you would almost always say no to, unless you were forced to say yes. Next slide, please. All right, so now we're getting into question set C. This is about designs. How should the equipment be configured on the pole? What should it look like? What shouldn't it look like? And the first question is, should we require stealth for everything? And in large part, that's a pretty good idea. I mean, having stealth for these facilities does give you some protection against future modifications that might undermine the aesthetic work that you do for that facility when it comes in through the first instance. And in this case, stealth, by the way, means designed to look like something else. Doesn't mean totally invisible. It could be less than invisible, but it looks like something other than a wireless facility. There are some instances when you might not feel like requiring stealth. I know we have some clients in other cities that don't require stealth in industrial districts, for example, because they want to encourage the carriers to go there. That might not be the case in Carmel-by-the-Sea, but I just want to give you that data point so you can consider why this is even a question. Next slide, please. Now we're going to get into some photos. So here's some stealth examples, right? The one on the left is a fake tree, a pretty good fake tree. There are some pretty terrible ones I didn't want to waste your time with, but the best part about it is that it's in context with other trees that look like the fake tree, so it seems natural. The one on the right-hand side of the photo is an AT&T facility in New Mexico, just built to look like a clock tower. That thing actually tells time. So it, again, does not look like a wireless facility and could not be modified by putting additional antennas on the outside of the facade of that tower, for example. Next slide, please. There are some pretty wacky out of the box ones that are cool too. So the one on top is a mono rock. It's up on top of a hillside where rocks are common. And from publicly accessible spaces that are not on the same property, it looks like it belongs there. The other one you see at the bottom is in Montana, where they have a lot of bison. So they put a big bison board up on top of that hill, and there's antennas strapped to both sides, and it just looks up and down that highway. But it's concealed. It looks like something other than a wireless facility. Next slide, please. These are more common types of concealment that you might see on buildings, right? So the first example of the lighthouse, the antennas are still on the outside, but they've been painted to match the lighthouse, posts. And they look like they're placed in front of them. So it looks like it's still part of the lighthouse, not looking like a wireless facility. The building on the top right is a convenience store on the highway in New Mexico. The antennas are behind those sort of Spanish Art Deco style parapet walls that you see at the front of the building. And the one at the bottom is a shopping center in Salt Creek in Orange County. And there are 4 major carriers inside that building, and you can't see any of them because they're all concealed inside. Next slide, please.
And Tripp, I'm gonna jump in. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to make it clear to the commission, who I'm sure knows, and everybody else, that these are not concealments that we're necessarily recommending would fit in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. These are just concealments that exist to get the creative juices flowing, to make you understand what stealth could look like. But certainly, we're not recommending, a big lighthouse in the center of Carmel-by-the-Sea.
Exactly. And thank you for that, Brandon. I'll point out that lighthouse existed before the facilities were added to it. So you get the creativity was flowing there too. This, I just wanted to include it because it's fun. This house is in the middle of Orange County, and it is literally just a wireless facility. Nobody lives in it. It's hollow on the inside. Everybody is up there, not just cellular carriers, but microwave relays. I mean, you name it, it's in there. And it's in a residential neighborhood. I mean, that's not necessarily what we're aiming for in Carmel-by-the-Sea, but I think it kind of shocks people to see this is what you can get when you really push for this kind of solution. And you can have the regulations in place to say, this is what we're going to require you to do if you want to be in an area like this. Next slide, please. In the right of way, it's a little different story, right? So I'm giving you some good photos to begin with. The first one on the left, this is in Los Angeles. It's called a Philips smart pole. You don't see too many of these out there anymore, but it's a good example because the equipment is all inside the structures of the pole. Antennas are at the top inside that radome. The radios are at the bottom inside that decorative base. And it's kind of the same story with each of these other decorative poles you see. The one in the center is, I believe it's in Charleston, and the one on the right is in Boston. And these are areas where the other poles look like this. The luminaires are designed that way. And so the city would not allow them to place poles in that area unless they looked like those other existing facilities. So if you design your regulations to require that, then that's good stealthing. Next slide, please. This is another fun one. It's just in the French Quarter. I like to show it because it doesn't actually do anything other than, have wayfinding signs. You might ask yourself, why is the base so tall and so wide when the other ones weren't so tall or so wide? It's because in the French Quarter, it floods. So the equipment is just higher up near the stop sign. Next slide, please. I give you this one too, because when we're not talking about specialized poles, or even we're looking at existing poles like streetlights or even this call box, there really aren't a lot of good ways to hide new equipment added to that existing pole. So the question becomes, what do we do with the stuff that we don't have to put on the pole? You could put it underground. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. I want to give you this as a way of thinking about stealthing, is not just for the whole facility, but for components. And so if you can't do it all, you should still think about how you would like to hide the equipment that could be hidden. Next slide, please. All right, so moving through this list, the next issue for design is taller and narrower or shorter and wider. And this is an issue that comes up because on poles, especially in the right of way, there are separation requirements between equipment for safety. Right, so there's lots of different utilities up there. The electricity is at the top. Wireline communications are somewhere in the middle. And the wireless equipment has to stay at least 2 feet away from the communication space and 6 feet away from the electric service lines, which means that if you go taller, sometimes you can get much taller, not just the height of the antennas, but that additional 6 feet because it's measured from the bottom of the antenna. The reason why we also want to talk about this is that the topography and the built environment of your community makes a difference. So shorter, wider facilities tend to be harder to notice in hillier areas, or more useful in places that have scenic views because you're not trying to jut up. In areas that are flat, or they have a lot of mature trees that are pretty flat, then taller, narrower facilities sometimes are more concealed because nobody has that higher elevation view, and the trees prevent you from seeing the sort of the angle of view. So I can give you some photos if we go to the next slide. Wider is really, it can be wider, right? And this does have the downside of bringing it closer to the street level, where people walking by or driving by or sitting on their properties adjacent to the pole could see it. So I use these photos not because they're good examples, but because I want to show you with a stark background, just what we're talking about when we say wider. Next slide, please. These are taller, narrower ones. So the one on the left is a dedicated pole. This does not have power on it, so it doesn't have that extender above the top of the pole. It's still a pretty tall pole, but the antenna is right there at the top. The one on the right does have power lines. And so you can see that there's that what they call a bayonet sticking up from the top of the power pole to the bottom of the antenna. That creates that separation. So it's illustrating the fact that if you want to go taller, it may be much taller, taller than just the height of the antenna. And I'll also point out that this is something that depends on the types of poles you have. And Carmel-by-the-Sea does not have a lot of independent streetlights. Your streetlights are mostly on wood utility poles. And so you might want to think about that, whether you'd be okay with having freestanding poles like the one you see on the left, if you could put it in a different location that's further away from residences or parks or scenic areas that you would like to protect the view from, as opposed to putting it on top of a utility pole that already exists, if there's no space below for those shorter, wider deployments. Next slide, please. All right, next question is, where do we put the non-antenna equipment, right? The two issues that you need to consider here are practical and legal, right? So is your right-of-way, is there enough space to put equipment on the ground if you don't want it on the pole? Because people still have to walk around it. And it may also be in locations where you might not be able to see around it. So there are reasons to say, on a practical basis, maybe that equipment should be not on the ground, but on the pole or potentially underground if it's possible. The other legal reason why you might, or strategically legal reason you might want to think about pole-mounted equipment, is that there are federal laws that require the cities to approve certain modifications to existing facilities. And in the right-of-way, if there's no existing equipment placed on the ground, then no future modifications can ever place new equipment on the ground unless the city uses its discretion to approve it. Right, so there's that strategic reason why you say, okay, if we're worried about equipment on the ground, let's have a preference for equipment on the pole. That way we don't have to be told to approve it later. And then when it comes to undergrounding the equipment, this is a really ideal solution, but it still has the practical and legal issues. So if we can go to the next slide and kind of illustrate the practical issues, it requires a lot of space to put the equipment underground. You have to dig out a vault for the equipment that's environmentally controlled, watertight, all sorts of things. It also requires vents. So the vents you see on the left-hand side of your screen are in the green belt, or the sort of parkway space, those black squares, and they're flush. So those vents are really disfavored by the carriers because water still gets into them. They have to pump them out with a sump, and they don't like to do that, so they fight you on it. They like to do the vents that you see on the right-hand side, which are stack-mounted vents, which are just now, again, just obstructions in the right-of-way. And in addition, there's got to be an electric meter somewhere. So if the electric meter can't go on the pole for some reason, it's going to be on a pedestal like that. So even when you do undergrounding, you're still going to have to account for these other things that go along with it. And while it's a good alternative, and sometimes the goal, you just want to keep those things in mind and say, okay, maybe in some neighborhoods that have narrow sidewalks, it may not be realistic or even desirable to require undergrounding when we know it's just going to create more obstructions. There's also legal considerations, right? So in a nutshell, if the neighborhood has no underground utilities at all, it's very difficult to require new utility services to underground just because you want them to. When the neighborhood has almost all of their utilities underground, it's very easy to require them to do the same thing. And then when some are not and some are, it's a harder question. And when most of the utilities are above ground, but the neighborhood has something special about it, like a scenic protected view, then you still may be able to, but that's one of those closer questions. So when you're thinking about where to put the equipment and you want to do undergrounding, I want to make sure that you realize that if you want to set this up as the goal, it is tempered by those practical space limitation issues and potentially some legal issues just based purely on the circumstances of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. All right, and then finally, this is the last question, I promise. Backup power. When do we want to have it? When do we not care about it? Bottom line here is that meaningful backup power requires a lot of equipment. If we go to the next slide, you can see what I mean. On the left-hand side, that's a diesel generator. It usually requires about 250 square feet of space, including all the setbacks and the space for the catch basin and the fence and all the other things that go along with it. And then on the photo on the right, that's battery backup. That's about the same size. I mean, it's a little smaller, but not that much. But it's meaningful backup power. Both of these types of equipment accessories will provide, 24, 36 hours of backup power, or maybe longer in the event of a failure. But you wouldn't put either one of these things in the right of way. And that turns out to be a pretty good thing because meaningful backup power is most needed, especially in emergencies at macro facilities outside the right of way. So as you see in the staff report, backup power is a good thing. It helps save lives in emergencies, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an annoyance since it goes in the right of way. It's certainly a policy choice if you'd like to see more backup power used in the right of way. But if the policy is aimed towards making sure that emergency services are online in a primary power failure, putting this kind of equipment at macro facilities outside the right of way is a better way of going. All right. Brandon, if we go to the next slide, please. All right. As I said, that's it. This is a summary of the questions that we've asked. There's another slide after this that's got all the questions for C. Gail and myself are going to be available for questions. I think Brandon will probably jump into if he's got any responses that don't involve a lawyerly answer. But thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
Yeah, thanks, Trip, and thanks, Gail, both of you for your time tonight. And with that, Commissioner, we'll turn it back over to you. We can throw these questions back up if needed at some point, but for now, we're going to end our presentation and turn it back over to you.
Okay, I'm going to ask the commissioners, first of all, if they have some questions for Trip or Gail regarding how they've outlined these questions that the Planning Commission is going to consider tonight. No questions? No questions? Mr. Bolton? I kind of had
a lot, but no questions.
It's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. It really is. I had a question, and maybe Trip could answer this. I mean, obviously, we have prescriptive federal and state laws. Do you have any special instructions regarding these questions that can frame or limit our responses? I mean, is that too broad, or is that even a good question?
No, it's a good question.
I keep, I'm very much aware that there are prescriptive federal and state requirements. I mean, that's been a big topic in this whole discussion we've had over all of these applications. And I just want to see if there's a way that we can get that focus so that we, understand that, so we can focus our responses and not get into trouble on this.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, especially because at the outset, I told you that I didn't want you to worry too much about it. Just tell me what you like and don't like. But going beyond what you like and don't like is from a visual and community character perspective. The rationale for why you might like or not like would matter. So, for example, if you were to say, I don't want to see any wireless facilities anywhere near a hospital because I think that it has adverse health effects on people in recovery. Would be a bad thing to say because we're not allowed to regulate on that basis, right? And so while we're in a workshop setting and we can talk about, what the review requirements might be and all that kind of things, and those types of comments wouldn't be as negative as they would be if we were saying making a decision on actual language. I would say that letting you know that you have to kind of put aside any of those thoughts that you might have about the health effects beyond what the FCC already regulates and look at just the aesthetic component of it. You can look at various aspects of the aesthetics too, like historic quality or character is important. Other types of environmental considerations, like endangered species or habitats in repair, those are fair game to talk about and be concerned about too. Open spaces, those things are important. It's just that one component of preemption that sort of a red line. We can check for compliance, but we can't regulate beyond it when the FCC has already said that it meets their standard.
Okay, the other it's not a question, it's kind of a request. When you did your first PowerPoint presentation at the, I guess it was a joint meeting of the council and the planning commission, at the end of it, you had a slide which gave recommendations on how to make these changes or, and do we have access to that? I mean, it was in the staff report, but I thought that was really good.
Yeah, it's, I'm not sure exactly where it might be, if it was in the packet or not. I didn't see it it would have been.
Yeah, we had a link to it, Brandon, is that something it was just a couple of slides here at the end of his presentation, and it kind of, sort of create a framework of how the decision process should go and what to include and not to include. Had some broad statements, but I think that's helpful at this moment when we're actually trying to do it.
Yeah. Well,
at that point, we weren't really doing it. We have to do it.
If you're thinking about the broad list that was divided up by the city council, we can pull that up. I believe we can.
It was an attachment to the staff report, Mr. Chair. That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it was the presentation they presented at the the joint council meeting. Yeah.
Okay, I've got it right here. Let me just pull it up for you. Give me 1 second. It's downloading. There we go. All right, can everybody see that?
Yeah, it was.
So you recall it was towards the end?
Yeah, it's at the end. If you just,
it's very end.
Aesthetics for you. Yeah, do's and don'ts. It was the do's and don'ts, right? Flexible polys versus static codes, differentiate between regulatory classifications. Maybe you can speak to that real quick, Trip?
Sure. So if you can go to the next slide in that presentation. So the first slide that we pulled up is stuff that the city council said they wanted to have say over. And so this presentation we're in the workshop we're talking about has more to do with the aesthetic regulations and I'm flipping through the slides right now. And I think that's about it, right? So it's location, design. The other components of it are not really what we're here to talk about tonight. We can certainly go over it if you'd like.
No, I think we just focus on the do's.
Yeah. So what we really want to do is say what you want and also say two other things: what you don't want and what you would accept if you can't get exactly what you want, and then rank those orders, right? So that's how you exercise your discretionary authority. You have to say what it is you want, right? You have to give them a target to swing at, and if they don't hit it, then you can potentially deny those types of applications unless they have a very good reason for not doing it. You want to also think about how you want things to look. So when I showed you the stealth examples, right? A lighthouse in the middle of Carmel-by-the-Sea might not be appropriate. But if you would prefer to see equipment that is placed behind existing parapet walls or architecturally integrated into those types of structures. If you don't like to see fake trees, that's really helpful to know. We need to know what the do's and don'ts are around stealthing and concealment. And by the same token, if things cannot be fully stealth, because, for example, they might be in a right-of-way on an existing wood pole, what are the next best strategies? What should we prioritize and make sure that we require whenever we possibly can to preserve the community character? Using subjective and objective standards is a really important idea here, because zoning and planning is inherently subjective. But the more objective you can be, the more defensible some of your decisions will be if they happen to be denials, right? So, like using the rank order preferences as the example again. If somebody comes in with an application in a discouraged location, and there are technically feasible, potentially available alternatives in more preferred areas, it's not a subjective question, right? It's there. You could use it. You should, and we require you to, in order to get an approval. If they say no, then you could feel pretty good about denying that application. Subjectivity is important too, right? So going back to the existing versus new pole question, if one of the factors or criteria that you might want to consider as saying we would consider new poles instead of using existing ones is proximity to a bedroom window or impact on a view shed, that's shades of or fully subjective. And so you need to be able to delegate that authority, say who's going to make that decision, what should they be thinking about when they make that decision, and then you'd be able to put that into your rules. I mentioned that there are some cities out there that don't go full bore with stealth requirements in areas where they don't really care about it, like industrial zones. And that may be harder to find in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I'm not sure if there's anywhere you don't care about the types of equipment that gets deployed there, but there are ways to incentivize deployment. So for example, using pre-approved designs, or if someone comes in with the highest preferred alternative on all of your lists, design, location, support structure, you name it, then that could be an expedited approval process. You encourage them to go and find those opportunities first before they bring you the hard cases. By the same token, you discourage them from bringing you the hard cases because they know it's going to be a longer, more expensive, more difficult, less certain process. And potentially, if it's the most discouraged, then it could have that special exception requirement, which is going to be even harder for them to overcome. The last items here, so delegating authority to staff to work on more design standards. That is something that the city council, I think, mentioned that they wanted to have some control over, but recommendations about types of issues that you think staff might have good ideas about or would be in a better position to work with applicants over to develop more detailed standards after you give them the broad strokes would be helpful feedback. And then obviously the last one, consulting with stakeholders is really important, especially for facilities in the right of way. I mean, it's close to where everybody is. It's also places where you've got other utilities. So working with your engineering and public works staff is helpful as well.
Thank you, Tripp. I really appreciate that. This is a pretty complicated subject, and even with the questions in two areas you provided, there's still a lot of these sub-questions that need to be answered.
Chair LePage, could I ask a question?
Yes.
I was wondering how frequent these requests are. What is the volume of requests that we would see coming into a city our size?
So Brandon could probably tell you some historic facts. I know that when Verizon submitted applications, they came in batches, right? So there was, I believe, half dozen at a time. Brandon, is that about right?
Yeah, the first time around. Thanks, Tripp. So I think the easy answer to your question, Commissioner Allen, is it's kind of a loaded question because in some people's opinion, 1 is a lot, in some people's opinion, 20 is a lot. So I think that, at the risk of offending those that think that 1 is a lot, I don't think we have that many because we're a small town. There's a few that exist right now. There's up on top of the Public Works / police station. There's the Dowd Arcade. There's the couple of sites on top of on top of Sunset Center. That being said, what Tripp alluded to earlier is we did have one time when Verizon submitted for 5 locations in town, which I would say is a lot at once. And so those were, there was a whole litany of things that happened, which resulted in the site going on top of Sunset Center. I don't want to get into that too much. But I do think, that, given where the world is going in telecom, I do think we can expect to see more in the future, which is why we're here tonight to try to tighten up our ordinance and make sure that it does what the community wants it to do.
Thank you.
That's in addition to everything else that your staff is working on, right?
Right.
And in one sense, one application can be a lot. So if it requires an exception that I mentioned, that's a lot of analysis for staff to go through. You may need to rely on outside consultants, engineers, like we've seen in the past. So it's labor intensive, any way you slice it. I don't think you're going to see, 30 to 40 applications at a time, which we've seen in some other communities. You're just not that big, frankly. But that's about the most I've seen in one time submitted.
Of course, we're going to have eligible facility requests as there's changes in technology, I'm sure. Okay, are there any further questions for staff or Mr. May? Okay, I don't see any. So at this time, I guess we will open it up to the public for public comments. I did want to say a couple things before I open it for public comments. Typically, I allow 3 minutes for each person to make their comments. If there is some extenuating circumstances where they can't get all of their comments into 3 minutes, please let me know, and I will consider granting them more time based upon what their broad list of comments may be. Also, I want to remind the public, we are not making a decision tonight. There is no resolution. This is a workshop. Mr. May has just gone over all the questions, specific questions, and the area of concern, which is primarily aesthetic one, although having said that, it is pretty broad, but it'd be very helpful if the public focuses those comments for the Planning Commission, because then we can bring those directly into our comments as we focus on the specific questions which have been given to us by the staff that they want us to address. We did, all the Planning Commission has had access to the ordinance, which was submitted to us by the outside attorney. I think we all read that, and we all understand that that was submitted by a group that supports that ordinance, and we know that. So I don't think you need to take your time to tell us that, and that just really won't be that productive. But if there are specific parts of that ordinance which address the questions which we have to address tonight, then I would encourage you to talk about that specifically. That would be very helpful. So having said that, I'm going to open it up to the public for comments. Please raise your hand, speak up. If you're calling in, unmute yourself. I see a phone number. I see a caller calling in on a phone.
Yes, hello.
Yes, go ahead. Identify
Hi,
yourself,
this is
if you would.
Christy Hollenbeck from Stop Cell Towers in Carmel neighborhood. I know that you all care deeply about Carmel, and I thank you for your service, and I wanted to say welcome to Aaron. I understand this is a workshop to get input from the public on updating the wireless ordinance for the city. We submitted a 48-page ordinance drafted by one of the nation's top telecom attorneys, Andrew Campanelli. It's very detailed input from the residents. I'm sure you saw the outpouring of letters from the people who live here, including many community leaders who support this ordinance. It's very clear that a large population in Carmel supports the strongest wireless ordinance to protect our village from unwanted proliferation of cell towers. Due to the complexity of the subject matter, large numbers of residents prefer to allow Mr. Campanelli to speak for them, as he is the expert. Because of short notice, Mr. Campanelli is unable to be here, so we ask you for a continuance until the July 13th meeting. I'd also like to present another option to you. When cities hire Mr. Campanelli to write their ordinances, he typically spends an hour to an hour and a half with planning commissioners and city council members explaining how his ordinance works and answering questions. We have prepaid for Mr. Campanelli to spend this time with you and with City Council members. We propose perhaps a joint Zoom meeting, and we please consider this option as it would be very educational and well worth your time. It would be much more efficient than having large numbers of people speak individually. As for the ordinance, I know I was dreading reading a 48-page legal document, but I found myself cheering at how brilliantly Mr. Campanelli wrote it. He gives you the tools to take your power back and not be intimidated or bullied. It is an incredible piece of work. It is written in plain English and very easy to understand. He wants you to read it and use it without having to have legal counsel interpret it for you. He has said no government who has relied upon his ordinance provisions has ever been sued, much less sued successfully. He has 30 years of experience and knows what judges are looking for. I suggest you watch the YouTube video called Andrew Campanelli's Advice for Updating Local Wireless Ordinances. First, because he explains in simple terms how he designs his ordinances, and it makes it much easier to understand. This ordinance was written for you, the planners. You are the gatekeepers of our beloved village. You have the ability to control siting, placement, construction, and maintenance of wireless facilities. You have tremendous power, and you must learn to use it. You either use it or you lose it. You need to know what to demand and how to demand so you stay in control. Mr. Campanelli's ordinance shows you how. His ordinance is not designed to stop all wireless facilities. It's designed to give the city maximum ability to control where they go. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Chrissy. As far as your request for continuance and a joint session, we'll talk about that when it comes back for discussion with the commission. So this time we'll move on with the public comments. Is there anyone else here that would, Catherine Hall, you want to go ahead?
Carol Hall? Yes.
Carol, I'm sorry, Carol.
That's okay. I agree with everything Christy Hollenbeck has just said. I am so impressed with that citizen group and what they have done, put their own money forth for the benefit of the whole village. I think a lot of residents don't even realize that this is coming down the line, such as the benches on Scenic, where you may get repercussions later if we don't consider really trying to incorporate their views, and especially Mr. Campanelli's ordinance in this whole process. I don't envy you as a planning commission in trying to put your arms around this, but I would certainly want to, if I were in your shoes, to approve this continuance because I think it's so difficult. You're in a very difficult situation. They know what they're about. They've studied this a long time. They have the support of the citizens, the residents of Carmel. And I hope that they are involved in every aspect of the process, including all the aesthetic considerations that will be coming forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, I see a hand up with a phone number entered in 258. You want to unmute? It's, there you go. There you go. Okay.
Okay.
We can kind of hear you.
Chair LePage, Michael McWalters here.
Okay, we can hear you now. Michael, go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
You're gonna need to turn off the what you're streaming the Zoom meeting. It's you're getting feedback.
And Mr. McWalters, you want to turn off your speakers on your computer if you're going to speak.
And you're muted again. Where'd you go? My whole layout here shifted. I think we lost you. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
There you are. Okay, we got you, Michael.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem.
First of all, I want to associate myself with Christy Hollenbeck's remarks. You compare Christy's remarks, her representation of Andrew Campanelli, to what we just got from Trip May. The difference is stark. Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, they should be standing and applauding for Trip May's presentation because He did a great job representing the wireless companies to me. I'm paying him to represent us to them. I didn't hear that. And this is the same thing I heard at the February 28th meeting. So I put together a committee from the Golden Rectangle to compile an ordinance, and Council Member Ferlito said it at February 28th meeting. Why don't we use other ordinances to make ours and make ours as restrictive as we can? So that's what we did. And I sent my ordinance to the Planning Commission in April, along with the ordinance to the City Council and the Forest and Beach. And it's interesting, in October of last year, Governor Newsom signed AB 537, and it prevents cell towers from being affixed to firehouses. And you'd think, well, why is that? It's because the cell tower radiation was making the firemen sick, which is bad because we don't want the firemen sick. In fact, we don't want anyone sick. So in our ordinance, the Golden Rectangle ordinance, we put in a setback of 500 feet. What does that mean? No cell tower is allowed within 500 feet of any building that's occupied by people. That's Petaluma, by the way. Got that from Petaluma. The other limitation we put in there is 1,500 feet between wireless facilities. That's also Petaluma. No cell towers in the R1. That's our residential neighborhood. And they're discouraged in the R4. I want to give a shout out to STOP's ordinance by Campanelli regarding the testing that the wireless companies have to go through in order to prove there's a gap in service. It's unbelievable. And by the way, it's a 1 square mile little village. And this notion that we need to expedite applications is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, give me a break. And by the way, this notion that there's gaps on Carmelo and 8th where they wanted to put the tower, by the way, just to remind everybody, Trip May and Marnie Waffle were recommending that tower to us, and we don't need it. I walk Carmelo all the time. I'm on the cell phone regularly on Carmelo talking to my wife, Jean. Never had a problem. So this notion that we have gaps, we don't. It's 1 square mile. There's 5 of these new wireless facilities that have either been approved or are waiting to be approved.
Michael, if you could wrap up your comments.
Thank you. By the way, the Golden Rectangle ordinance.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your comments. We have to move on.
I'm just about to wrap it up.
Please, all right, let's wrap it up.
May I just conclude? My ordinance
you're taking more time than everybody else is allowed, and I think we've heard your comments. So thank you for your comments, Michael. Thank you. All right, who is the next person that would like to speak to the Planning Commission regarding this item? We have any other hands going up?
Hello, I'd like to speak.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Allison Kavner, and I'd like to echo the words of Christy Hollenbeck and encourage the city to put in place wireless ordinances that best protect us from the potential proliferation of cell towers in our residential neighborhoods. This is an issue that does not have two sides. We're all on the same side. We support you, the Planning Commission, to adopt the best set of ordinances that will withstand the unreasonable pressure from the telecom industry, who is bullying towns all across America. We all want strong and defensible ordinances to protect the city from an unnecessary build-out of cell towers throughout Carmel. The City Council wants that. You, the Planning Commission, wants that. And all the residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea want that. And we all want good cellular service as well. And that can be accomplished by placing cell towers outside the residential neighborhoods. I ask you to read the set of ordinances you've received from the telecom attorney, Andrew Campanelli. I am among a growing group of citizens who has donated money to pay his legal fees to provide you with this very strong set of defenses that can be our ordinance. We researched what other cities have done to revise their ordinances, and it became clear that Mr. Campanelli's protections are the most comprehensive and best protections that a city can put in place. And we looked at ordinances that have been put in place in other cities, by the consulting attorneys retained by the city of Carmel. We find that they are not protective enough and provide too easy of an opportunity for telecom companies to do what they want in the residential zones with little oversight by that planning commission or city council. Please insist that the drafting process that you are commissioning with Carmel's city attorney begin and end with these ordinances or those that are very similar. Do not allow for telecom loopholes. We paid to give you Mr. Campanelli's work because we want you to have the proper tools to protect our wonderful city. Mr. Campanelli is available to you to discuss why each provision is necessary and how it protects the city from frivolous lawsuits. We can do this together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, who else would, is it Tasha Witt? Is that correct?
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioner. My name is Tasha Witt from Stop Cell Towers in Carmel neighborhoods. To answer the city staff specific aesthetic questions, I concur with most of Planning Commissioner Robert Dell's written answers submitted. In greater context, last fall, you heard a huge number of citizens who strongly discouraged the proliferation of out of scale, out of character, and dangerous 50-foot cell towers located in front of our homes designed to clutter all neighborhoods' public rights of way, an unnecessary violation to our small seaside village. If I have the legal language right, we expect special exceptions for all public rights of ways and residential zones. Telecom carriers will have you believe in their business plan that a 5G network of wireless cell towers throughout our residential zones is necessary for good cellular communication, when there are plenty of less intrusive means for providing good cellular service to our community. Wireless broadband is not covered by the Telecommunication Act. It is a business plan of telecom companies. Our Planning Commission faces the possible barrage of multiple cell tower applications from multiple carriers seeking to fulfill their for-business profit plans into our tiny one-square village against the will of the people who live here. The wireless ordinance draft submitted by our committee was written by one of the nation's top telecom specialists, Andrew Campanelli. This work product was made possible by the donations from residents throughout Carmel-by-the-Sea. It is intended to give our local government the maximum legal authority to be able to limit the number of cell towers and to decide where they are to be located. It is completely defensible from challenge by telecom companies. This draft submission reflects how deeply the residents care that our city representatives protect our community with a strong and sophisticated wireless ordinance. Andrew Campanelli has 30 years of telecom attorney experience exclusively fighting for local governments and residents. He has been admitted into 9 of the 13 US federal courts of appeals. That makes him very experienced on federal case law and how judges decide telecom cases. His comprehensive, well-written and well-organized document provides our Planning Commission with an outline of 4 types of applications, with a process for each and coordinating tolling of shot clocks for cause. He expands the permitting requirements for reasonable determinations and sets a high bar of evidentiary standards that applicants must provide. Mr. Campanelli warns 90% of the time, telecom applicants submit false and misleading propagation maps as evidence. These type of maps are not allowed. Instead, significant burdens of proof are required. Applicants must provide not only drive test maps, but also drop call data. He says most carriers are unwilling to submit drop call data, the result being they either won't apply or the application will be denied for incompleteness. Since the announcement of this meeting 10 days ago, over 50 residents have written heartfelt letters to our planning commissioners, many in support of Andrew Campanelli's draft. I'm going to finish just reducing your screen. Residents of Stop Cell Towers in Carmel neighborhoods have scheduled Mr. Campanelli to attend our July 13th Wireless Ordinance Planning Commission meeting by Zoom from his office in New York. Residents have repaid the consultation time, and we hope that the Planning Commission will give them plenty of time to ask their questions about this provision of this ordinance at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha.
Hello.
That was a good job there at the end. Little
Hi,
speed
this
reading.
is Jean McWalters.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Who is it?
Jean, this is Jean McWalters. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. Yeah, I can't see you, but I can.
Good. I just didn't. I thought you might not pick it up because this is my husband Mike used my phone. So anyway.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're up here with the 260. Yeah, I thought that was. That was Mike again. I was going to ask him if that was his hand, if he left it up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon, Planning Commission. This is Jean McWalters. I believe that your decision to adopt the Campanelli ordinance is a very easy one. Unlike the Kramer law firm, whose attorneys are marinating in the wireless industry, Andrew Campanelli is the people's attorney, has no conflicts with the wireless industry, knows how to write a strict ordinance that places a high burden on the wireless companies and yet does it within the federal and state requirements. Andrew Campanelli will incorporate aesthetics into his ordinance, which may have saved the Dowd Arcade had the Carmel Planning Department just waited for a better ordinance and not bypass the requirements of the current ordinance that they are bound to follow. We now will be stuck with a permanent blight in our central historic commercial district hovering above the historic Mary Klepich Miller mural. In my opinion, Carmel's current outside counsel, Trip May and Gail Karish, let Carmel down by not following the telecom law of 1996 requirement of delivering the resolution of denial on the Carmelo and AIDS application, thus giving Verizon a way to use a technicality to sue us 5 months ago. We therefore should not hand them the power to write an ordinance to protect us. The stakes are too high for our property values, aesthetics, and our health. Please protect Carmelites by adopting the Campanelli ordinance and join the many other municipalities who have hired Andrew Campanelli all over the country with great results. And just one last thing, Mike didn't get it in, that his ordinance that we all put together for that other ordinance, it was all from Campanelli. Just wanted you to know that. Please note that. So that's it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Wayne Moon, you have your hand up there. Why don't you go ahead? Are you unmuted?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Can hear you.
Thank you. Just 4 quick comments. One is that whatever is written, we really need to maintain as much local control as we possibly can. Second is that we're not looking at one vendor at a time. There will be multiple vendors who want to be offering the same services in this community. And so as we look at aesthetics, we need to realize that it's just not one vendor, but others who will follow and have an argument that they can put up the same towers. Third is health risks. I keep reading stuff about health risks, and I would hope that the community and the process of setting the regulations here would allow for the consideration of any new information that comes in about health risks. And finally, I support the use of the Attorney Campanelli document. I think it's an excellent starting point for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Appreciate your comments. Okay, who's next? Gonna put their hand up? Anybody? Oh, Neil, there you go. Neil Cruz, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And I really appreciate the openness in this meeting, Chairman, to possibly extending times for people to speak. You won't need to do that with me, but very kind, and really appreciate the welcoming of the input from the residents. Number one, I strongly support the continuance. I think you'll want to do that so that the residents can feel that they have been completely heard. Without that, it's going to be more problematic down the road. Also, I'd like to see as few cell phone tower locations as possible. What I mean is no cell locations for the purpose of Internet of Things, no cell locations for the purpose of broadband cable, that the only purpose we want the cell phones to serve, and I'm not sure I'm saying this right because it's been a while since I have been dealing with this, the only purpose is so your cell phones have range. And as I understand it, we already do. So I'm kind of wondering, why are we taking in more towers? And I assume the answer is because we have no choice. Well, you should know, I was part of the original Carmelian group that fought the very first cell tower to ever come into the village of Carmel. There were some 5 of us, including an AT&T technician. And we went to that meeting loaded with information. My research compiled about a 6-inch stack of regulations on the impact of electromagnetic fields on human beings. You might all want to read about electrosmog. And they told us simply, well, we're not going to listen to anything you say because you cannot argue against it for the reasons of health. So that was our first introduction to an insane government. We all know it has enormous impacts on health. If you do a simple search 5 minutes after this meeting is over on the adverse impacts of 5G cell towers, stand back. You're going to get hundreds of studies saying that they impact us negatively. My sister was impacted negatively by electoral smog in her house, so I have personal experience with it. But I'd like to recommend, since we're so open to involvement from the residents, that they have spent money to develop an ordinance. The city should see this as a golden opportunity to save money. So I think what the city should do is use their ordinance as the baseline for the ordinance that they're writing for the city. After all, the residents are the most important group in the city of Carmel, and we want to please them more than any other group. So since they've written an ordinance, let's just start with their ordinance and then just add into that as we go. And I'd like to see a follow-up on the part of the cell tower group in some months to tell us how successful the city has been in meeting their goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil, for your comments. Okay. Who else would like to address the Planning Commission in this workshop?
Just as a reminder to anybody who wants to, if you're in the room, you can unmute yourself on the bottom lower left corner of your screen. There's a button that says mute and unmute. You can open your microphone there. If you're on your phone and you'd like to unmute, *6 will unmute your channel. So please go ahead if you'd like to.
See anybody else?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone either, Mr. Chair.
I don't see anybody, but give me a couple seconds here, see what's going on. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to.
I'd love to say something very quickly.
There we go. Yeah, is it Aaron?
Yeah, it's Aaron. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Just Googling Andrew Campanelli and looking at the site and hearing everybody speak about this. As somebody who works in Carmel and takes a lot of phone calls, I don't have great reception. I'm on Verizon. I haven't studied the ordinance. I'm not saying I have a strong opinion one way or the other. But I would prefer that there was better cell phone coverage. I don't want unsightly cell phone coverage. But I think the whole beginning of the presentation showed a lot of opportunities where it doesn't have to be unsightly. It doesn't have to be in the way. It can be hidden off. And I just don't want to forget that side of things. I also think we're referencing this amazing person who's not here, whose website is anticellphonelawyer.com, or I can find it. I don't think we need to be anti anything. I think we should be thinking about like the full story. So that's it. I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Aaron. We appreciate those. Okay, is there anyone else here who would like to address the commission about this in this workshop? I don't see any more hands going up. Anybody unmuting? See a lot of phone numbers here. Trying to look around I'm trying to scroll across the screen here and make sure I see everybody. I don't see anybody though.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, from what I can see, I think you're in good shape. We've given a nice little pause here, so I think you might be okay to move forward.
Okay, let me just take one more scroll across here. I don't want to miss anybody. I'll make sure we hear from everybody. Yeah, I don't see anybody unmuting or raising their hand. And that's the case, and I'm going to close the public comments and open it up to the commission. Before I do, I just want to say one thing. We have received the ordinance as written by Mr. Campanelli. It is going to be considered in the process. This is the beginning of the process. It's a workshop. We're not making a decision tonight. It doesn't mean that components of Mr. Campanelli's ordinance won't be considered. It will be looked at. It will be looked by staff, our own legal counsel, and I myself read it in its totality. It is a well-written document. It tries to address all the legal issues that need to be addressed in a comprehensive ordinance, and I understand that. So I just want everybody to know that there's going to be a lot more opportunity for input on this. I want to say it would be premature of us to accept an ordinance at this time because we haven't heard from everybody, and we need to create an opportunity where everybody in the community has an opportunity to have their input. And the people speaking in favor of Mr. Campanelli's ordinance have been stressing that, and this is how this is done in public meetings, and a progressive public meetings where we take input in a workshop, we craft ordinances with all the information we have, we bring that back for more discussion, and we work progressively towards a comprehensive ordinance that addresses all the issues that the community is concerned about and all the legal prescriptive issues that we must operate under. So I just wanted to say that before we get going. So having said that, the community needs to, the commission needs to focus on the questions that are before us tonight. And I'm going to bring those up here real quick. Just bear with me. I want to get those in front of me so I can make sure we're covering all those in the correct manner. Okay, so the first group of questions has to do with the preferred versus discouraged locations. And the first question under that is whether the city should prioritize installations on existing structures, poles over new structure poles that might be in more advantageous locations compared to the existing structures. So that is the first question that the commission is going to speak about. So having said that, I'm going to put Commissioner Locke in the first position there. Kick her off.
How did I know I was going to get that one?
You can pass.
No, I'll take it. Okay.
That's it.
But before I start commenting on this, I do want to thank all of the public who submitted their email comments, their written comments. My email box exploded over the past week, but very interesting to see all the different perspectives. And Aaron, thank you for your comments today on better service. And again, before I go into my comments, I just also want to say that, part of this whole project, and I'm not saying I'm pro, con, anything on this whole issue, but it's not just cell phone coverage. It also has to do with video conferencing and our work from home environment and our ability to do real-time video, audio, and in particular, uploading documents. And so again, that just is something we all need to think about as we move forward, that there may be places, if we don't have these facilities, there may be parts of Carmel that aren't able to work from home or aren't able to do these video conferences going forward in the future. So just saying, telemedicine, etc. Okay, so my comments on the first comment. I think existing structures and poles obviously would be preferred over new poles. I think that, as far as, I think I'm going to probably overlap into other questions on my answer to this, but staying away from historic sites, staying away from special areas, the beach area, anything that would be historic. I think that would be important to consider. And I'll just start with that, Michael, and we can
Mr. Chair, could I offer something? It's certainly up to you, but if I could just offer.
Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna kind of pick up.
You might have the same
I
idea.
have a comment based upon what Commissioner Locke, but go ahead.
You might be thinking the same thing I am. We often are in the same camp on this. I'm wondering if it might be more productive to take the B and the C as like one large thing and let each commissioner sort of talk about everything they heard and they think about discouraged locations, because I think Commissioner Locke has some other things they were talking, stay away from beaches and historic, and then after we go through B, come back and go through C, designs, and just let everyone sort of brain dump, because that's really I think what our council's looking for, is that brain dump. So but certainly it's your decision, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm obviously trying to focus this, but I think that's a good suggestion. Where I was going to say that I was going to acknowledge that Commissioner Locke said there's going to be overlap, and I think we've got to have that. There's going to be overlap here. So if any of the commissioners in their comments don't hesitate to overlap, I think that's going to be part of this. And we're going to depend on staff to take all this in, write it down, and then get it organized. And that's what they normally do. So. They can do that. So having said that, do you want to continue? Or do you want to...
Yeah, I'll continue for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll let Brandon figure out where everything that I have to say, because I have.
Let staff figure out where to put it. We'll just dump it out there.
Perfect. So as I understand this, this is direction to council. Council will direct legal regarding a draft ordinance that will come back to us for review at some point, I think. Is that correct, Brandon?
Your feedback is actually for our outside counsel, for the lawyers that are on the call right now, and they will draft something that will come back to the Planning Commission, and then ultimately go with a recommendation to City Council once it makes out of the Planning Commission.
Okay. Yep. So as I said, I think it's really important that we try to use existing facilities if we're doing that. Co-located equipment. I think that is a good point, but as long as it doesn't become bulky and crazy, I actually like the picture of the rock. I hadn't seen sell stuff hidden in a rock before, but here nor there. I absolutely no lighting on the equipment. So it goes into the design. So like I said, I'm going to overlap on stuff. I know that there's a lot of push to keep all of this equipment in the commercial service and the residential and limited commercial zoning districts. And I totally understand that. And that's why I made my previous comment about that. And quite frankly, I'm in one of those districts. And so I'm pretty sure I won't have a problem with video conferencing going forward. But I think that we should focus on areas that can be disguised. And I think the disguising of the equipment is absolutely essential. My big issue with the proposal down on by the La Playa was the mechanical equipment container in the right of way. And I think that was actually perhaps battery backup or some kind of a power backup maybe. And if that's the case, I don't think that's necessary for small cell facilities in our town. I think we should be relying on the macro facilities, which, as we've heard, macro facilities are south of Rio Road, and there are some sites in Pebble Beach. And those are really what we rely on if we have an earthquake or power outage. That would be what our phones would operate on. And I think we should focus on that. Anything that's done obviously has to fit in with the character of our neighborhoods. And so, I guess the presentation kind of brought up some thoughts in my mind about what if some residential user offered to put in cell stuff in their home? I mean, just throwing it out there, what would be the city's response to something someone who has a vacant lot that wants to build something small and then build some place to house, sell stuff. That could happen. So I think we have to think about that. And what else do I have here? I think that really covers my thoughts mostly. To me, that anything that is done has to be done tastefully. It has to be done that people aren't aware of it. We've got, actually, walk through town, there are so many poles out there, utility poles, that have huge attachments to them, and they're not cell attachments. I don't really know what they are, but there are a lot of really ugly poles in our town. And so I think that we have to be mindful of that as well, and try not to increase that. But I guess I'll let somebody else speak.
I'm just going to ask you a quick question, Commissioner Locke. So are you in favor of ranking? Do you think that's how the approach you should take?
In terms of locations?
Well, in the whole process, all of, you're talking about preferred things. Your comments were preferred things. So that would suggest to me that you are suggesting ranking. That's all I'm asking.
I think ranking would be something we should do in a collaborative effort as a commission, after everybody has had a chance to express their concerns.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Bolton.
Yeah, I'm happy to go next, but I also want to make sure we hear from Commissioner Dell's comments, because I know he submitted some written ones, and I thought perhaps you could read those as well, Chair. But just quickly, I'll go through this. I'm probably gonna miss things, and this is unorganized, but I think I prefer old polls to new polls, with the caveat that Commissioner Locke expressed already, that some of our existing polls are kind of a mess already, and we don't need to, contribute to that clutter. In general, I would think that we should try and reuse what we have, since we have a lot of polls, but there may be cases where we need a new one in a new location. So I wouldn't want to have something that says absolutely no new polls, but I think a preference for old ones is acceptable. The thing on La Playa, where we saw that project that we rejected ultimately, was using existing poles, and I didn't have an objection really to the poles and the installation on the poles per se. I also didn't think that the thing on the ground was working. So in general, I would discourage any kind of installation in R1 or R4 if possible. Discourage, not prohibit. I'd rather see things in service commercial, and commercial, obviously. I'd rather see macro facilities disguised in commercial ultimately, right? If we could do something that could broadcast at a greater distance, that might be larger, installed on a building that may be taller downtown that nobody would ever notice, that would be an ideal solution to me. The thing I want to avoid is having dozens and dozens and dozens of small towers all over the neighborhoods at every street corner. And that's where, when we had the very first meeting about this, well, at least while I was on the commission, that's where it sounded like the Verizon representative was going. I, in fact, asked a question pretty much directly like that. How many are we going to have? Are we going to have 60 installations, or are we going to have 3? And so that's a really big question. I would much rather see 3 larger installations that are hidden within the commercial district than any number in the residential district, but I don't know if that's possible. I live up against Pescadero Canyon, and my cell service is appalling. And it's gotten worse, in fact, in the last 3 to 6 months, quite a bit worse, in fact. In fact, to the point where I can't even use my phone in certain portions of my house where I was able to use it previously. So perhaps something along Pescadero Canyon would be good, for instance. But that's just an example. I'm not trying to advocate for myself personally anyway, but I'm just saying, there are some residential portions of Carmel that may be difficult to hit from a macro towers installation on some building somewhere else. So that's all. I like co-location in general, but again, it depends on, it has to be within reason. We can't have 16 installations on one pole and just keep making it bigger and string it out along the lines. We have to be reasonable at this. And I understand staff would, of course, do that. So I'm not really concerned. I have concerns about the structures that will be adjacent to these poles. Underground is obviously ideal. We don't have wide enough sidewalks to do that, looks like, judging by the drawing or the images that were shown by Tripp. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. That's really a big concern. How are we going to hide the other stuff, not just the stuff on the poles? Where are these giant boxes going to go? I'm encouraged that the battery backup or the generator backup things would mostly be for big macro facilities. If indeed that structure at La Playa was for backup, I find that kind of absurd. Also, in general, I would think, and I may be wrong about this, that battery backups would be smaller, even though the actual physical box or whatever that you're talking about would be maybe the same size as your generator. The clearances required for generators are going to be far larger than the clearances required for batteries. You may even be able to put batteries right up against the wall, whereas you're going to need 3 feet, 5 feet, I don't know what, for a generator, some kind of clearance. You can't have generators in a small enclosed space or right up against a building, but you could potentially have battery backups. Okay, this is really getting all over the place. What else do I have? I think most of my other comments are about how they look.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that next.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So that's probably fine for now.
And how do you feel about ranking? You got to.
I think in general,
take.
Yeah, in general, we should try and rank, have preferences. Have discourage and encourage. I don't know if we want to be codifying this as number 1, 2, 3. We could have a list of these are the preferred, these are the discouraged, and these are the disallowed. But I don't know. I'm open to whatever.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, one thing we might, as I'm kind of hearing these comments so far and seeing how this is going, one thing we might be able to do as a team, being my staff and outside counsel, is take what we hear tonight, and when we come back with a draft, which will be a draft, I mean, it's going to get chopped up and comments. We can come back with some, if everyone says ranking's a good idea, come back with what we've heard tonight, is what we think is the ranking, and it may go through another iteration of, that's not the ranking we want, but then you have something to actually work off of, rather than trying to come up with ranking tonight and just, to be sensitive to time. I think this is great so far for me, and I think Tripp would agree. This is the exact kind of feedback we're looking for, this brain dump. We're taking furious notes. I see Tripp's head going north and south. So I think we're in good shape right now. So please keep going. You guys are doing great.
Okay. Yeah, I think a ranking matrix based upon what you're hearing, with the emphasis, what you're hearing should help you get a ranking matrix, which I think that's what we need to do. Okay, Commissioner Allen.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it would be prudent to maintain as much control over the situation as possible. So I actually think that each request that comes in should be reviewed. So in terms of pre-existing versus adding new, I don't necessarily feel like we should have a standard response to that. I do feel like it should be on an individual basis as they come in and determine what the best location would be. In terms of co-location, I think, again, it should be based on what would be best for the community. And then I am in favor of ranking. But otherwise, I pretty much agree with what the other commissioners have said.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Allen. Okay, my comments is regarding the existing or new. I don't think we can limit ourselves to that based on each individual application. It's kind of repeating what Commissioner Allen just said. And the reason I say that is because when the application came before us for the cell tower in the right-of-way behind the La Playa, they had to put a new pole in. So many times, the existing infrastructure or pole is not going to be able to support the new, the new requirements in terms of weight, in terms of separation, and so forth. So I kind of see that on an individual basis. What I think is more important is location, ranking of location. And because of the concerns of the residents that they do not want cell towers in the R1 district, I think that should be prohibited if possible. The R4, so I support the current telecommunications ordinance. It prohibits in the R1, and I also think it should be discouraged in the R4. What's problematic with the R4 is because of the way our ordinance has developed, our zoning has developed historically in this community, we have some RC right inside of R1 districts. That's kind of what we had with the La Playa. And so even though it was in a discouraged district, it was right up against the R1 district, and there were residences right there that were going to be affected by that placement. So that was what really was problematic. And that is why I took the interpretation that discouragement to prevent. So that's why I like the idea of ranking. I think we should rank the zones. I think as far as being on existing structures or new structure, that's going to have to do with what's being proposed and what's existing, whether it can handle that. I think we should go towards co-location when we can. And I'm not suggesting co-location on existing power poles, utility poles, because I think the examples just show you're going to end up with clutter. Co-location would be like the solution we had where we approved the additional cell tower on top of the Sunset Center. And if there are opportunities in the R4 to do that, then that's what should be ranked as higher. And the R1 would be, hopefully prohibited. And then the other zonings would be ranked, progressively, most favorable. So I think that pretty much covers those 3 points. The last one was see whether approval of wireless facilities in any locations should have or on specific should have require special exemption. I don't know if I quite understand the special exemption. Does that mean like as Commissioner Locke said, we wouldn't want it at the beach or we wouldn't want it next to a historic structure? Is that correct, or am I getting that right? Or I'm not sure. I'm asking a question. Yeah, thank you, Trip.
Yeah, so this category of special exemption is we don't want to approve it. We're not going to approve it unless someone like the state or federal government forces us to approve it.
Okay.
So it would be, we'd still want to rank all the locations, but you might draw a line and say anything below this is, we're going to say no unless we know we have to say yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think ranking, then we would rank it obviously as the most sensitive historically and environmentally areas as the lowest, and the ones that are, least historical and least environmentally sensitive, could be, like sensitive habitat areas down by the beach. We've got some very sensitive habitat areas down there. Those would be the least desirable in the ranking structure. So I think unless any of the commissioners want to add something to what was just said, I think we kind of got through that first part there. Commissioner Locke, get your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, can we hear what Commissioner Dell's comments were?
Yeah, Brandon? I didn't have a chance to see those. Were they posted or?
Yeah, we sent them to the commission and they were attached to the staff report as well.
I guess I just didn't see it.
If you like, Mr. Chair, I can certainly read them, or you can have one of the other commissioners read them.
Can you give us the highlights? Why don't you go ahead, Brandon?
Yeah. Do you want me to? It's 2.5 pages or so. You want me to read it verbatim? I would feel a little uncomfortable trying to synthesize Commissioner Dell's.
Did he organize it based on how the staff organized the questions?
Not exactly. But what I can do is I can just, if you're okay with it, I'll just run through it really quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Just start reading.
And then Trip can take notes as I go through it, because I'm happy to take notes and read at the same time. Okay, it says, hi, Brandon. Again, my apologies for being absent for the June 8th meeting of the Planning Commission, but a personal family matter had to take precedent. The wireless ordinance workshop session is important and urgent. It is stated priority for our City Council, the Planning Commission, and me personally. CMC Chapter 17.46 is almost 20 years old and must be updated as quickly as possible, but also with care and thought, and I am glad to see this is being addressed expediently. Staff did a great job of providing input, and I will try to provide answers to the specific questions outlined in the document provided in our meeting packet. But let me start with some overarching sentiments. Carmel is a pretty little town, and in my 18 months on the Planning Commission, I have come to understand that a big part of our duty is to protect it. Our public right-of-way, parentheses ROW, is intimate and at a pedestrian scale. Utility infrastructure in the ROA is unattractive and detrimental to the experience of walking through our town. Personally, I would like to see this community moving in a direction of having less of it visible to the citizens and visitors walking our streets and not more of it. This is especially true in the residential districts. When it comes to the future of wireless facilities, my strong preference is to keep them out of the right-of-way in all zoning districts. Our commercial center and/or commercial developments outside of the city boundaries would seem to offer the more appropriate locations for wireless infrastructure, and minimizing visual clutter in those locations then become the priority. In all instances, I encourage us to adopt a new wireless ordinance that is effective as possible in maintaining local control. I would prefer forcing applicants to make their irrefutable case for the true necessity and appropriateness of new facilities and not feel steamrolled by them for federal mandates. To your questions, I prefer existing locations versus new ones. I prefer co-location at existing structures versus more locations. Ranked most desirable to least: central commercial, service commercial, cultural and community districts, residential and limited commercial, parks and rec districts, multifamily residential, single-family residential. Furthermore, I would rank any location in the ROW in any zoning district as least desirable, with rooftops in the CC district as most desirable. CC is central commercial. On the exemptions question, I may not fully understand the issue, but I support making all new facilities subject to a thorough process. Certainly, any new locations in R1 or R4 districts and in the right-of-way in any district should be viewed as prohibited by local ordinance and therefore subject to exemption. I prefer as much stealth as possible. Tall versus wide probably must be case by case. In general, I would prefer facilities on rooftops in the commercial district to be less high, yet I can envision instances where a taller structure with appropriate stealth might be a more effective solution, offering better performance with a smaller footprint. Again, locating equipment on the support structure or pole versus on the ground, I go back to prohibiting it in the right-of-way and making the question irrelevant. For other locations, whatever configuration yields the most stealth would seem appropriate. On backup power, all things being equal, I support it in the name of public safety. Like it or not, the public is increasingly relying on cellular connections in emergencies. Now, a few questions of my own. Would creating a right-of-way zoning district be useful? Currently, the right-of-way is zoned the same as adjacent properties with the middle of the street as the boundary. As we saw with the Carmelo application, there was just one pole, not in the R1 district, but in the R4 district, simply because La Playa is zoned R4 and is adjacent to that pole. Could we offer better protection of our right-of-way with all of it in one zone? PG&E owns poles in the right-of-way. I assume they must provide permission to have wireless facilities located on their poles. Is there any way to encourage them to deny such approval? Do we have a franchise agreement with PG&E, and could that be a tool? Finally, I have reviewed the draft language provided by Stop Cell Towers Group several times. Thanks to those citizens for making this happen and sharing it proactively and respectfully. I found this document to be informative and useful, and I encourage our staff to take it seriously as well-intended and informed public input. Some specific observations from my review, and forgive any misinterpretations. It is well written and well organized. For a lengthy document, I found it quite efficient. It seems to seek balance while giving the city many tools to use to ensure optimal results and placing significant reasonable burdens on applicants to not only be thorough, but prove they've been thorough. It clarifies and explains adverse impacts, which gives a broader tool set for the city to deploy to ensure, to the extent possible, we avoid them. It sets up 4 application types with the necessary process required for each. It also establishes a unique shot clock for each application type and defines tolling, which essentially stops the clock for cause. It places significant but reasonable burdens of proof upon the applicant, specifically in visual impact analysis, alternative site analysis, FCC compliance with RF, and proof of coverage gaps supported by drive test data and maps. It expands our design standards. It clarifies the authority of the Planning Commission to utilize the tools provided earlier in the document, especially as it pertains to evidentiary standards. There's a lot of good work here, and I assume we're benefiting from the experience of those who have gone before. If the author were joining the meeting, my main questions would be around the proven effectiveness of this or similar ordinances in other municipalities. I encourage staff to ask that question of him, and perhaps encourage the Stop Cell Towers group to invite him to a future meeting. Thanks, Bob Delves, Planning Commissioner.
Thank you, Brandon. Those are great comments by Commissioner Delves. Appreciate that. Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the next group of questions, and this is has to do with preferred versus discouraged designs and configurations. So we're going to be talking about stealth, concealment, what the city would prefer in terms of suggested concealment structures. What's the practicality of that based upon kind of our unique environment? We have a built environment. Many of the examples which were shown to us were newer buildings. We don't really have a situation like that. So with that in mind, let's start with the comments. You want to start, Commissioner Bolton?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, regarding design, essentially. I like the idea of stealth. I think stealth should be the general rule, but I think I could foresee some opportunities to not use it, certainly in places that simply wouldn't be visible. So if we could encourage macro facilities in the commercial district, and they could be even just screened or set back from the street front on larger buildings, it wouldn't necessarily have to have some elaborate stealth structure. I don't want to see windmills on the top of buildings or something ridiculous. I don't like the fake trees. I have seen a couple fake trees that are okay, but my concern would be if we say a tree is okay, then we're going to get whatever tree they want to give us. We aren't going to be able to choose the very nice, expensive tree. We'll get whatever they think is good. So that would be dicey for me to like say, oh, let's just do all tree poles or something. So I like taller versus wider in general, probably. It depends on the case-by-case basis again. And what other, I'm now losing it because it's just too much. My brain's no longer functioning. I think my main point here is this. I want as much control as possible. I want as much leeway as possible. And I want to keep as much out of the residential as possible. I really appreciate all the efforts of the staff and of the attorneys working for the city, and especially of the public. I do think we need to take this report and this draft ordinance from the citizen group, which they paid for out of their own pocket, very seriously. I do think it has some excellent points. And I think it should be used by our attorneys, at least in part, as some guidelines, or at least to be incorporated wherever possible. So this is just a difficult process in general. I feel like we need to see multiple iterations of the ordinance brought back to us over time, and continue to give the opportunity of the public to speak on this. So far, I think we're doing just fine. But I don't think that one more meeting is probably going to do it. And I'm just sort of concerned that I don't want to be essentially pushed into a situation where we have to act too quickly. And so I don't see that necessarily as happening right now, but it could. So that's it. I kind of went off the rails there. You guys can bring it back on.
That's fine. No, we're just kind of brainstorming here.
Yeah.
We didn't, this is my fault. I didn't really allow a discussion about the continuation that was requested. We didn't get into that, but
since I'm on still, I think continuation is not necessary. I think it's just, this is good. What we're doing is productive. It's not worthless. I think we can continue this meeting and use the input, or our city attorneys can use the input from us tonight. And like you suggested earlier a few minutes ago, that I don't know that we should be the ones making the right choices here. Perhaps the staff and the attorneys can come up with a better scheme than we could on the fly here, trying to do it off the top of our heads. So I think it'd be useful for the next meeting for them to bring back something like that to discuss. And I don't see the point of a continuous just stopping this meeting and not talking about this anymore and doing something another time. I think we need to go ahead and just continue this meeting, not continue. That was bad phrasing. I think we need to continue with this meeting, not continue this meeting, and just have more meetings if necessary. I think we can't decide tonight how many meetings we're going to necessarily have on this. That's it. I just don't want to limit us.
Okay, Commissioner Locke.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything that Commissioner Bolton just said. I think this is a multi-meeting process, and we're just starting at this point, and we're giving feedback to staff. I think, Chris mentioned using the ordinance that these wonderful people paid for. I was very impressed, and I work with ordinances constantly, and I think that having the groundwork kind of laid for you hopefully will ease the burden on trying to get an actual final ordinance put together. But I see this as, we're taking the first steps tonight. We'll come back, we'll consider it again, we'll get feedback from the public again. We may take another step at that point, and we may be back at least another couple of times before it actually gets forwarded.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Allen, do you have some comments about the continuance?
In terms of the continuance, I do agree with both commissioners around the fact that I do think this is a starting point, and I think that this exercise is very relevant and can help staff define some of the ranking and other things that we need to consider. I do appreciate the citizen group for acquiring the attorney and having him write the proposed ordinance. I think that was fantastic. And I do think that there are parts within that we should definitely take a look at. Again, I think maintaining control over the requests that come in is very important. In terms of, I like the concept that they would all fall under that stealth requirement. I also think that tall versus short is on a case-to-case basis. Those types of things need to be looked at individually. I think everything else was covered by other comments.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, the argument for continuation was that the public wasn't notified, but that's not the case. This was a publicly notified meeting, and I know that the director told me that he reached out even before that to let the main groups know that this was going to be a workshop, and to have a continuation would just be a dereliction of our duty. We're beginning the work. This is the work that we do. This is the work that that we do to bring the comments and bring the community in. And just as we are doing our work tonight, this group has done their work. They have contacted an attorney and they're providing a document to be involved in this. So, we're beginning the work, and there's going to be other meetings, and there's going to be plenty of opportunity for input. And I hope that Mr. Campanelli can make one of the future meetings. I know the group would like to have him answer questions from the commission and make comments. So, and I look forward to that, and I'm sure everybody does. So, okay, so having said that, let's get back on track. So the second part of these questions have to do with design. Did you get a chance to make those comments, Commissioner Bolton?
I'm sure I missed some, but I made some general comments.
Okay, I think I kind of came in about the continuation after you made your comments.
That's no problem. If I hear anything I need to comment on, I'll come back at the end.
Yeah, just raise your hand. Jump in anytime. This is
perfect.
Kind of a looser discussion than we normally do. So Commissioner Locke, you got your hand up there, jump in.
Commissioner Bolton's comments, I said I totally agreed with. Fake trees, no way. And I think that goes right off the bat, but taller versus wider, that would be something. And those were the comments he just made that I'm in complete agreement with. Disguising everything, I think is super important. And going back to this La Playa application that we reviewed, even our existing guidelines said hide the equipment behind a wall, or don't have it in the right of way. And that wasn't proposed as part of that application, which I still don't really understand, because there actually was a wall close to that pole that could have been used. So I think disguising, putting things that are not obvious, hiding them. The undergrounding thing is a huge issue. I'd love to see things underground around here. I'd love to see all of our power underground. But right now, until that happens, and until, we just don't have sidewalks. We don't have the ability to create these vaults. And we certainly would have problems with stormwater and things running down the hill, because that's just our topography. So I'm not really sure what we can do about that. All right, I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Well, Commissioner Allen, do you want to add some about the design configuration, preferred, discouraged? There again, it's got to, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I made a couple comments. I do prefer stealth or the requirement of stealth. And I do think that tall versus short should come in as a case by case basis so that we have control over what is designed. So other than that, I think we covered all the other points.
Okay. Yeah, with the design thing, I guess I see the stealth. I see there's two for me for design. You've got stealth and you have concealment. Stealth is where you make this thing completely invisible. It's in some kind of a building structure, something like that. Concealment is kind of what we were presented with the small wireless facilities where they put it inside of a can that's on top of a pole to kind of mimic the look of the pole. And I think both work. It just depends where they're being proposed. So once again, I want to state that I think that in the R1 district, that's the least desirable for either kind of facility. But in other districts, if there's an opportunity for stealth or co-location, then that should be at the top of the matrix. If it's going to go on a pole, then there should be the maximum amount of concealment. We should avoid clutter, probably taller versus than wide should be the priority, unless there's some important view shed that's going to be in. So these are all the things that have to go in this matrix we've been talking about. What else? There was, I think I just want to pick up on Commissioner Locke's comments about, underground these facilities. That would be great, but we don't have a community that's designed like that. The only place we have undergrounding is in the commercial district. And obviously that could be taken advantage of. But in the residential and in all the other zoning districts, we don't have streets that were designed by civil engineers with curbs and collection points. We really have just an oddball collection of culverts and everything else that goes on in this city. And so it's just really problematic and not practical to have undergrounding of these. And so the equipment, we need backup equipment. If we have an emergency, it's a safety issue. And I've said it many times, our first responsibility as a commission is the safety and health of the community. Everything else is secondary. And in an emergency, we need communication. It's going to save lives. It's just that simple. So we've got to have backup facilities. Battery would be ranked higher than any type of, other type of fuel, diesel, that would be higher. Smaller, concealed, backups, facilities, I think should be preferred. If they're going to be located in the right of way, if we need those to maintain our safety standards, in case of emergency, those should be concealed. It's pretty hard to provide stealth in the right of way, but there's ways to do concealment. So that should be the priority. And I think that pretty much covers it. So I guess my question for staff is, are there any other areas that we don't feel like we gave you the direction you would like direction?
Mr. Chair, I think you all deserve a hearty pat on the back. That was well done. I mean, I'll let Tripp just go quickly.
Yeah, Tripp, maybe he wants something.
But for me, I think you guys did an excellent job and we've got what we need. But Tripp, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, this is great. I think the direction I heard was take what you've dumped on us, give you something to chew on, and then you'll reorder the pieces if you think they need to be reordered, add, remove, change them up. So I think we've got what we need.
We covered all the topics you want, Tripp?
Yes.
Okay.
I think what Tripp meant was shared with us, not dumped on us.
Well,
whatever. We understand. We understand. I just want to make sure that we as a commission have covered the questions that were presented to us. I mean, we're just kind of going to in a unordered manner, and there's a lot of overlap, but I don't see how we could do that any differently at this point in the the beginning of this process. It'll become more ordered as we move along, I'm sure.
Yep, we'll bring something back to you that's more ordered, and we'll look forward to the next meeting about this.
Yeah, and if there's missing places, we can certainly keep working on this. And I want the public to know that they're going to have an opportunity if they feel like there's something that hasn't been covered or the emphasis is in the wrong place. They're going to have more opportunity, to provide that input to let us know, what they think. So, okay, I think we're ready. We'll conclude that item, and we're going to move on to the public hearings. So the first public hearing item is a design study. It's
Chair, could we have 5?
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's.
After that 2-hour section of the meeting.
Okay. You're worn out?
No, but frankly, I must.
No, you're absolutely. Let's. You want 5 or 10? Hands up. Hands up for 5.
5's fine.
Okay, it looks like you're outvoted there. Okay, let's come back at 20 after. That's kind of a compromise. That'll give us like 7 minutes. Okay? All right. Thank you. We'll be back. We will. Okay, everybody here? Is Commissioner Locke here?
I'm here.
Yeah, she's here. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the meeting. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Bolton?
Here.
Commissioner Allen?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Chair LePage?
Here. Let the record show everybody's here. All the commissioners are here. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is the public hearings. And the first item is a design study. It's a DS 22-030, and this has been requested to be continued. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue this item to I don't know, it doesn't say date certain or anything, so it's just continued.
I'll second it.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any more discussion?
Mr. Chair, just a reminder, please make sure you open the public comment on the continuance.
Oh, right. Okay. Are there any comments from the public regarding the continuance? Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to close that. We have a motion. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay, I don't hear any. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Bolton?
Yep.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried to continue the item. Okay, the next item on the public hearings tonight is another design study. This is DS 22-135, the May project's consideration of amendment to design study approval, DS 19-128 for modifications, including a change in roof materials, site coverage, elevator mechanical room, door, window modifications, and a rear deck modification for a single family residence under construction. Can we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair LePage. So in June of 2019, the Planning Commission approved a design study for the May project. The project includes the construction of a new 2-story residence on a previously vacant lot. A building permit was issued in January of 2021, and the project is currently under construction. In November of 2021, the Planning Commission approved a site plan revision for the project that resulted from the removal of trees on the property. Before the Commission today is a request for modifications to the original design study, some of which have already been implemented. The modifications include a change in roof material, a change to the deck railing, which was the subject of a special condition of approval in 2019, a change in material for the south side yard patio, the addition of an elevator equipment cabinet, and an associated door modification resulting from the equipment cabinet, and then also a change in roof material beyond the second-story deck at the rear of the property. So originally the project was approved to have a metal roof, which is shown on the left. At the time of the approval, the product information was from a manufacturer called OCM, and the color was quartz ore. A similar metal roof was installed, but from a different manufacturer. Staff was contacted by neighbors who were reporting excessive glare from the metal roof. As a result, the owner decided to replace the roof with an architectural composition shingle in charcoal black, which is what you see in the photo on the right. The owner is seeking an after-the-fact approval for the change in the roof material. Also, with the 2019 approval, the Planning Commission had included a special condition that the deck railing for the second-story deck at the rear was a consistent material of opaque glass. So at that time, a combination of opaque glass and cable rail was proposed. Instead, the owner has decided to replace the railing with a solid wood knee wall, which is shown in the picture on the right. The owner is seeking an after-the-fact approval for the change in the railing material. I also wanted to note that the special condition of approval in the resolution refers to the finish of the railing being board and batten to match the siding on the residence. However, staff does support the grid design that has been installed and recommends that the condition be modified accordingly. So in the south side yard, the project includes a 284 square foot terrace. This was to be finished with sandset pavers. The owner is requesting approval to change the material to spaced wood decking. The terrace would be slightly reconfigured, but would remain at 284 square feet. Next is the elevator equipment cabinet. So the project was approved to include an elevator, and the owner is requesting approval for an equipment cabinet that would be located on the south wall of the elevator shaft. The cabinet would be finished with board and batten siding and painted to match the residence. If the Planning Commission approves the location of the equipment cabinet, an associated door modification would be needed in order to accommodate the new cabinet. This change has already been implemented and can be seen in the photo on the right. The final modification is a change in roof material beyond the second story deck at the rear of the residence. This flat roof area was to be installed with standing seam metal, but instead, the tile on the deck surface has been extended to cover the entire flat roof area. So the contractor did indicate that maintaining a consistent material allows for better waterproofing of the flat roof area, and they are requesting approval to maintain it as constructed. However, the size of the deck and the potential impacts to the neighbors were discussed at length during the 2019 review of the project. The Planning Commission required a number of changes to the deck, including eliminating a set of stairs on the south side and increasing the setback from the rear property line. In addition, to change the roof material beyond the boundary of the deck, the contractor installed hinges and a latch in one of the deck railing panels at the north end of the deck. This provided easy access to the roof beyond the area approved. Staff has spoken with the contractor who has agreed to remove the hinges and the latch, and staff has included a special condition of approval to address this. So staff received 4 written comments from neighbors. 2 are included in the packet and 2 were submitted as late correspondence. In summary, the neighbors have expressed concerns over privacy due to the second story deck and a de facto extension of the deck area by maintaining the flat roof tile. The neighbors are also requesting that the area beyond the deck not be a walkable surface and that it be finished with roofing material to match the residence. One letter we received expressed some objections to the metal roof. So that's probably in support of changing that to composition shingle. And then also objections to any deck larger than 3 feet on a second story. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the modifications with 2 special conditions. The first is the rear second story deck. So establishing that the layout of 246 square feet as approved in June of 2019 is the extent of the deck with minimum setbacks as set forth. And this is where staff would recommend the condition be modified. So it doesn't say board and batten siding to match the residence, but the wood knee wall. And then also prohibiting any operable portions of the deck railing. The second special condition addresses the single story flat roof. And this requires that the deck tile be removed and that the triple layer architectural composition shingles be installed. And of course, is contingent upon the commission approving that material for the main residence. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions for staff?
I've got a question for Marty.
Commissioner Bolton, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you have, by any chance, an elevation from our previous approval that you could put up on the screen for us to take a look at and compare it to the existing elevation that we were shown for this particular new approval? And also, second question, same thing, but color. Do you have anything that shows the approved colors? I saw one thing that was a roof color that was not black.
Okay.
I actually looked that up, Commissioner Bolton.
Oh, excellent.
And the approved color was Benjamin Moore Distant Gray. It was the color for the house. And Bone White Wood Windows and Doors was the approved color for the windows. And we have black and we have white.
Right. Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Okay. So do you have those elevations previously, Marnie?
I do. Is there a particular elevation that you'd like to see?
Yeah, the street elevation. And while you're looking, you can probably answer this. Does the new elevator, mechanical closet or whatever do anything to impinge upon the setbacks or anything? I didn't think it did.
No, it does not.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm still looking. There's the front.
Mr. Locke, you have another question?
Yeah, I have a quickie. What is the height of the proposed redwood deck off the surface? Off the floor?
I'll need to double check the plans, but I'm anticipating it's an at-grade terrace. So the deck would be at grade.
Well, it would be not at grade because it would be raised by whatever level. So anyway, that's a question I'd like an answer on too.
So if I could, this is the south side yard elevation, so you can see the relationship of the finished floor to the grade.
Marnie, you'll have to reshare your screen, I think. We're still seeing your presentation.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay, well, I've been showing all sorts of other pictures.
There you go.
Okay, so that's the south side yard. And you can see the series of doors and where the finished floor level and the deck is right outside those doors.
Okay.
And then if you'd like, I can put up the colors and materials again.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Chris, did you want to see from the street view? Or?
Oh yeah, the street elevation. Thank you very much. Definitely.
Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, this is the street elevation. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and then colors would be awesome. Thanks.
So there's the paint color, the distant gray.
Right.
That was the body of the structure, and then the windows were a white.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Bone white.
Bone white.
Bone
yeah.
white, right. Okay. Okay. All right. Are there any more questions
very
for
much.
staff? No more questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Marnie. Okay. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative here to make some comments? So nobody here from the applicant, huh? I don't see anybody.
So if Jason Meringer is on the line, this would be your opportunity to address the commission, or Connie May.
Hello? Am I?
You need to turn off your speaker. You're getting feedback.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Is this Jason Mayer, the contractor?
Yeah, Maringer, yes.
Manager, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, go ahead, Jason. Did you have any comments?
First of all, thank you for the visit today, and everybody seems pretty happy, I think, with the roof. My concern with the tile decking, I think the owner is fine with putting, I guess, comp shingle roofing on there, but it's not really designed for a flat application. So we'll have to kind of consider that legitimacy of doing that. But might I suggest, and I haven't talked to the owner about this, but what if there was a glass extension above the rail of the handrail, and therefore preventing anybody from really accessing that area? Would that be something that could be considered in light of changing the tile?
The commission will discuss any suggestions you have during our comments.
Great. Okay.
If you want to make any suggestions or whatever, this is your time to do it or address any of the issues.
Yes. Yeah. That's my only kind of concern. There was a question about the terrace or the change from the Sunset stone to wood decking. That would be 1 inch below the floor line of the existing house. So it wouldn't be anything that's like protruding or giving height that, for privacy issues or something with the neighbor. It wouldn't be changing that in any way. I know there was a little concern on that, and of course we wouldn't encroach on any setbacks or anything. It would basically follow almost the same shape as the previous design.
Okay. Do you have any more comments, Jason, or you want to be done?
I think we're okay with the findings so far. It sounds like we might have to kind of resolve something with that roofing material as opposed to the tile, but I don't know how we would move forward with that, if we have to table this to another meeting or if that's something we can resolve outside of this meeting here.
Well, like I said, the commission will discuss that when we get to our comments.
Okay, then
go ahead, Jason.
I'm finished, yeah.
Okay, are there any questions for the contractor and the commissioners? I had one question, Jason. If you could come back on, if you could unmute there. Okay, with regards to the roof, are you contracting with the roofing contractor or is the owner?
The owner is, yeah.
So that's why the changes were made without referring to what was approved?
Yeah, we had the complaints about the metal roof. And so between her and I, we discussed the options of changing to comp shingle. And then I had discussions with Marnie, and Marnie basically advised that a comp shingle of that color is typically accepted. And so I communicated that to the owner, and she misconstrued that it was approved. And so she went forward with changing the roof. I didn't want her to change the roof, of course, until this hearing was resolved. But she overstepped me there.
Well, we had, when this came to us before with the problems with the trees and the grading, and there was a complete disregard for what was approved and for the care of the trees. I mean, we sent a pretty strong message to her, that she should not continue to conduct herself in this manner. We also made it a condition that she had to get a local contractor,
right,
and to make sure that he was supervising this job. And it sounds to me like she has not met the direction of the planning commission. And she's contracting directly again with the subcontractors, and she's violating the conditions of the approval. Frankly, I'm pretty upset about this. And she's just continuing to do the same thing that she did before. And I think it's your responsibility to let her know she can't continue to do this.
Yeah. And we've,
I can't state this too strongly.
No,
I'm pretty upset about this. When I went out to the same job, the same activity, the same disregard for our approval process. and for the neighbors, frankly. I mean, the neighbors have suffered serious consequences because of the damage she did to the trees.
Yeah, I understand about the trees, and
I mean, I know that wasn't your fault.
Right.
You weren't
Yeah,
involved
no,
in that.
involved in that. Yeah.
And she's not here. You know,
Right.
frankly, she's never come before the commission that I can remember. I don't know if she's afraid to come. She probably is.
Yeah,
But you know, it's this is just, you know, this kind of stuff is just really unacceptable. And you know, we gave her specific direction to have a contractor, a local contractor who we felt would respect our approval process and would do things in the proper way. You know, changes can be made during the process.
Right.
We allow for that. It's not like we're unreasonable or inflexible. This can all happen. But it needs to happen in the regular approval process. We can't just have her going off and deciding, you know, she's going to be doing stuff. This can't continue. You know, so I'm sure she's going to hear this, but that's why I'm taking the time to state this. So,
yeah, I understand. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate your.
Just one more quick comment. I know she, in doing what she did, was wrong, but she was trying to appease the neighbors' concerns in making that change. So she wasn't.
Well, she's not appeasing the neighbor's concern if she doesn't go through the review process. The neighbors don't have any way to have any input in this. She basically just went out and made a decision on her own. There was no approval of that color. I mean, she's also painted the house now a color that wasn't approved. She's got a high contrast situation there with, you know, it was going to be white trim. She's got black trim up against white paint. She's got a black roof up against white paint. That's a high contrast situation. You know, we do not approve that type of paint schemes in our town. Our guidelines speak to saturated natural colors, which reflect the natural forested environment that we have. So now the neighbors are looking at this bright white house reflecting back on her with a dark roof. You know, when she just goes off and makes these decisions on her own, regardless of what her motivation is, she's not respecting the approval process. The approval process is a public process. It creates a record so the public can find out the information they need to know and get their questions answered in a timely manner before things happen, so it isn't after the fact. Anyway, just wanted to state that and make that clear. So thank you, but thank you for being here, Jason. I appreciate it, and I'm sure this has been a challenging client for you. So
yeah,
I'm sure there's plenty of that. But anyway, thanks for being here and making your presentation. We do appreciate that.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, all right. Would the public like to are there members of the public that would like to make some comments at this time regarding this application? And I think Mr. Herbst, is that correct? You need to unmute yourself there in the bottom left of your screen, Mr. Herbst. Just kind of, there you go. Okay.
Okay. Well, good to see everybody. Thank you very much for the time. I just want to say my name is Harry Herbst. I'm a neighbor just to the west of the May home, west into the north one house. But first I wanted to say how I am impressed by the process that you guys went through tonight. It just amazes me. I was kind of frustrated at the beginning thinking, oh no, not more telecom stuff here. I've got to sit for 2.5 hours and listen to this. But I'm glad I did. It was impressive. So thank you, for all of that. As it relates to Miss May's home, Commissioner LePage, I think you summarized up probably both the content of how we felt and how we feel, as well as the emotion. In essence, I think it should be restored. As I've written, I think you've seen my written comments that I fired off in a text, and if not, I'll be happy to read them for you. But be that as it may, the fact is we want to have a good neighbor. We're looking forward to a new good neighbor. We just don't want that good neighbor, whoever it happens to be infringing on us, and that's all. And that's all we've ever wanted right from the beginning. And so you've expressed it well. From my perspective, we obviously support what Marnie has brought forward, and I hope you. I'm sure you'll handle it very well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Herbst, can I ask you a real quick question? Are there any specific things that have been changed that you want? How do you want those how do you want those done? I mean, what about the roof? I mean, where are you on the roof?
Okay, that roof, all right, so the roof slopes both to the, directly to the south and to the north, both of those directions. We're on the west side, so we don't get as much of that roof impact, but I support the composite thing as opposed to the metal thing, because we know some of the neighbors to there, and then we're hearing about the glare that's going into their home. Obviously, that's not fair. That's, again, infringing. The deck infringes is our big issue. Their issue is that I think that the roof situation. So we support that perspective.
And you're located to the west of that project?
We are to the west and just one lot to the north.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that pink house, I don't know if you went by it, but the pink Comstock.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission on this application?
Yes, please, the Hewitts.
Okay, Mr. Hewitt, go ahead.
We are due west of the May residents, and I think that this being the third time we've all been before the Planning Commission, we can agree the following statement. She has stuck her thumb in your eyes since we started this process. If we have any confidence that she's going to follow the plans, you've got to make her. Otherwise, A, we're going to have a problem at that residence, and you're going to have a problem at every other residence comes before the Planning Commission. Because if you don't stop this, it's going on. And the last thing is Jason's done a nice job, but he is the third general contractor on this process. There was her, there was a guy from PG that didn't work out. Then it was her, now it's Jason. Her license is suspended. Look it up, I did today. She can't do what she's doing, so please end this abomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? Don't see any other hands going up. Okay, all right. I'm going to close the public comments. Going to bring it back to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Locke, you want to jump in or?
Can I interject really quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Marnie. You have some comments, go ahead.
Yeah, so it appears that based on the original approval, the trim around the windows is supposed to be bone white, and it's currently painted black. So that obviously wasn't included in my report as a change, but I would ask the commission to weigh in on that change as well this evening.
We will. Thank you, Marnie, for formalizing that change. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Locke, you want to continue?
Yeah, I actually have a question for Jason, if he can answer the question, and that is what that color is not been more distant gray, correct?
I'm going to have to review what the color is. The color was handwritten on the set of plans. I don't have that set of plans with me right now, but I expressly told her and pointed to that. That's what she had to paint the house. So I need to circle back. And
okay. Thank you.
I'm assuming she painted it the right color.
All right. Thank you. Yes. And Commissioner LePage, thank you so much for your opening comments and regarding Jason Meringer's when he was speaking on behalf of the client. This is actually one that's making me kind of sick. I am really concerned that this is back before us again for after the fact approval. And I just think the blatant disregard for the rules, the approval process, there should be some penalty. And I don't know what our options are as far as that goes. So I look to my city staff on this. I think this is a blatant violation of their approval process. Again, there was the special condition that we put on this November 10th, 2020, saying you have to have a qualified local licensed general contractor to oversee the project. And if Ms. May is subcontracting and contracting on her own with roofing contractors, that's not okay. I mean, I'm quite frankly, and beyond that, changing out the approved standing seam metal roof that we reviewed, which it was clearly a OCM painted aluminum roof, with a roof that was subpar, that resulted in glare that affected the neighbors, and they had to pull the entire roof off. And then she went ahead and put on black composite shingle that didn't match the color that we had approved without getting approval. I am really, this upsets me a lot, because this is just, it's not a good precedent. There's a part of me that says she should go back and put the standing seam metal roof on that was originally approved in the color that was approved by the commission. So going forward, the paint is completely wrong in my opinion. I do not believe that is distant gray. I think it is white. And obviously the window color doesn't match what was approved. The railing on the deck, I'm okay with the replacement railing. However, I'm very concerned about the ability to put back in access to the rest of the flat area. And I certainly would only support replacement of those tiles. Those tiles need to go, and it needs to be replaced with roof material. And again, and this goes to the standing seam metal roof, is somebody's not going to go stand out and hang out on a standing seam metal roof. Composite shingle, maybe they'd go out and hang out on it. And it's hot, and I guess that's the other thing too. It's black, so it's a hot material. I don't know whether that to me is another thing that should have been considered. Let's see, and I guess the height of the change to the redwood deck to me that's not such a big issue, although I preferred the permeable surfaces. The mechanical room's okay with me, and the sliding doors are fine. But I'm really, really disturbed by the fact that this is back again, and that I know the last time it came to the commission, we had exactly the same situation where we were all just kind of in shock and surprised by the fact that this person is not following any of our rules. So if there is anything that can be done in this case, I would like to have that included as part of our recommendation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can speak to that a little bit.
Sure, go ahead.
So our code currently allows for us to, and this is what we do every time in these after the fact permits that you've seen before, we have the ability to double feed building permits. So any building permits that are required for this before they're signed off, we're going to require the double fee. Unfortunately, currently our planning side of it for all design studies, like you're processing a design study for this, our code doesn't allow us to double fee. Other places I've worked does have that. It's an effective tool because oftentimes your planning permits are more expensive. And so when you're doubling a $2,500 permit, it becomes a little bit more punitive. That is something we're looking at changing in our code update that we're working on right now. So we'll get there. As far as other measures, certainly the commission, because this is a discretionary application, making them rip out the tile and replace that, that's a punitive measure. That's one that we're recommending. Obviously going to be completely at their costs, changing paint trim, anything like that. That's really where your power lies tonight, is making them put things back or setting them how you would approve it. If they've done it in a way you wouldn't approve and you want it another way, you can condition it accordingly. Just like with the paint color, if we can't get confirmation tonight that the paint color is what was approved, you can condition it that without proof that it's the right color, then they have to repaint the whole house to be the correct color that was approved. So you do have those tools at your disposal, but for us at the staff level, we have previously placed stop work orders on this property. They've had to go to the Forest and Beach Commission recently and had to pay fines associated with that action. We do double fee the building permits. And I will say that I had a similar, what I call dad talk with the contractor that Commissioner LePage did as well. And so he probably was thinking I had to hear this twice. So we do the best we can. I am looking at trying to beef up our our code with our upcoming update as part of the design guidelines to give us more tools for these repeat bad offenders, because we don't like it any more than you do. As you can see, over the last year and a half, we've brought these types of projects back and made them rip out things like skylights and things like that. So yeah, we're definitely on board with you, and we'll support however we can.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, Commissioner Allen, would you like to make your comments?
Sure. So it is definitely both concerning and disappointing that we're here discussing the project over and over and over, and that changes were made without approval. I agree with what has been shared in terms of, I do believe that the material needs to be changed, over the area that extends out past the second story patio deck area to a roof material. I'm not sure what that would be. I do agree with the staff's recommendation that the railing was fine. I don't necessarily agree with the contractor's proposal that we raise the railing higher with glass or anything like that. I think if a suitable roofing material were chosen for that area to ensure that people aren't climbing into that area, that we should be fine. I do think that it's important that we go back to the original color scheme. I think those are all the points that I wanted to cover.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Allen. Yeah, I think we're all on board here. We're we've got a pattern of behavior here, and it's, I'm not,
I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Bolton, jump in. Thank you.
You're just going to hear the same thing again.
I was waiting for your cat to show up.
Yeah, right. I don't support this at all. Anything about it. The roof has to be restored to standing seam metal roof in the color approved, period. There's no discussion about that. The colors have to be restored to the colors are approved, period. No discussion. That's how it is. The flat roof must be a non-walkable surface. It will be standing seam metal roof, the extension beyond the deck. That's the solution. I don't support the change in the railing material either. I don't like the heavy grid compared to the open glass rail. Also, you can find that grid quite easily. It's nice that there's foothold for you. The utility closet's the only thing I think might be acceptable, but I also wouldn't accept that because it didn't go through the process. And same with sliding glass doors and the deck, the wood deck. No to everything, bring it back, change it all. That's it. Nothing else will get past me. I will not approve anything without those conditions being met. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Bolton. And I certainly understand your feelings. I mean, there's a pattern of behavior here which just shows disrespect for the process, disrespect for the neighbors. And it's something we really can't have, as Mr. DeWitt said, Mr. Hewitt said, if we don't enforce these things, and then, what authority do we have? What message do we send out to other applicants? So while I understand and appreciate Commissioner Bolton's strong stance, I guess my feeling is the roof that's been put on is acceptable. It probably would have been approved in the initial process. Shaking his head.
Not in that color. There's no way I would have approved a black roof. Never. Yeah. I will never approve a black roof in the future. You can call me on it later.
Well, I like I said, I respect your opinion, and there's a lot of validity in your. So I'm just trying to find a solution here, and but I don't want this to be construed in any way that I don't think there should be penalties, on this client. And I think, the penalties that we can, as the director said, any building permit fees should be doubled. We can't do that on planning fees. And obviously the other penalty is the cost of having to change things, take things out. I support changing the railing. Obviously, the roofing material that extends beyond the deck needs to be a roofing material that is non-walkable. Standing seam's a good solution. I'm not really sure that can go on that low pitch of a roof. I don't know, but I think something needs to be put on there that is not going to be accessible for a deck to be able to use for a surface. The paint color's got to be as approved. I think the patio's got to be as approved. No wood deck. I'm not in any frame of mind at all to go along with any request from this applicant to change anything. I think she needs to be held to the decisions that we made. I'm willing to not hold the roof as to be changed and only because I didn't hear from either neighbor that they want it changed. If they would have said I want it changed, then I would be willing to support that too. So having said that, is there any more discussion from any of the commissioners? I think what I ought to do at this point is pull up the resolution that staff presented us, if I can find it. Let's see here. Where am I?
I can make a really simple motion.
Yeah, go ahead. If somebody wants to make a motion, I just thought I'd pull up the resolution.
Yeah.
But
I move that we do not approve the application and that we direct the owner to restore the project to the approved state.
okay, so we have a motion to deny any of the changes that are presented to us tonight. Do we have a second on that? Does anybody want to second that? Commissioner Locke is seconding that. Okay. We don't have any other, are there any substitute motions? Okay, not hearing. We have a motion. It's been made and seconded to deny all of the changes which are proposed by the applicant. And just to clarify, Commissioner Bolton, so your motion includes changing those back to the approved? Does it include that, or what? How are you handling
Yes,
that?
I would ideally have my motion be that the application as submitted is denied, and that the owner be directed to either comply and with the original application or submit new plans for approval. But I don't know about that second part because
your motion doesn't include. Well, I guess it doesn't really have to. I mean, what was approved has been approved, so it could be changed back to that because that's, as I understand, is that correct?
That's correct. You would, if the ultimate decision of the commission is to deny in totality this application, they would have to put it back to what was last approved by the planning commission in totality, including the standing seam metal roof, the deck rail, and all that.
There you go. So yes, the motion is to return it.
Commissioner Allen, you have a question?
I do. I'm just a little bit concerned about the disruption to the neighborhood with the length of time that this project is taking. I'm not sure if we should take that into consideration.
I think that's a good point. There's been a lot of stress to the neighbors because of this project. I mean, that can't be denied. So,
good point.
But I also feel like this applicant needs to be held accountable, for that disruption. And the only way that I agree with Commissioner Bolton, I think maybe this is the best course of action. So, is there any more discussion on this motion? Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried to deny all of the changes to the application. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll move on to the next item on the public hearings, and that is another design study. This is DS 21-435, the McDonald project. This is consideration of a concept design study and for the remodel and addition that includes a new ADU for 3,698 square foot, 3-story residence. And the project is located in the R1 district on Casanova Street 4, southwest of 4th Avenue. Can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is the McDonald project. It's a concept design study, DS 21-435. And the project site is, a 6,000 square foot lot, and it has existing 2,899 square feet, inclusive of an attached garage and a 91 square foot shed. They're proposing 2,460 square feet, and they're going to enlarge the non-conforming garage to 200 square foot garage, and they're increasing the net addition is going to be about 472 square foot, and they're also proposing 1,322 square foot ADU. This house has 5 non-conformities, and it is a 3-story house in an R1 zone that allows only 2 stories. And the front yard setback is 9 feet 1 inch, where only 15 is required. And the ridge height is 27 feet and 10 inches, where 24 feet is allowed. And the plate height is 19 feet and 9 inches, where only 18 is allowed. And the floor area, the floor area is 257 square feet over the permitted 2,460 feet, which I will explain later on in another slide. Regarding the forest character, according to our city forester, there are 9 trees on the property. There's 6 significant trees and 3 non-significant trees. And no new trees are recommended for this project, and the project is consistent with the forest character. Regarding privacy and view, there might be a potential privacy impact. There is going to be an upper deck on the 3rd floor. It's about 144 square foot, and it is about 15 feet 11 inches from the deck to the north property line. And there's another deck on the 2nd level, which is 484 square foot. And right now there is some Italian cypress that is on the north property line that acts as a screen. However, from the 2nd floor deck, it might be not tall enough to act as a screen. So we have a draft condition that states that a privacy panel should be installed on the north side of the 2nd floor deck. And regarding mass and bulk, again, it's a non-conforming 3-story structure, but the addition is not increasing the non-conformity, and the addition does not significantly increase the mass either. So regarding the floor area on the existing upper level, the 3rd floor, they have measured it from the outside of the floor area, and it adds up to 871 square feet. And this is what the code stipulates, that you should measure from the outside of the floor area. But on the proposed level for the same thing, the architect has walled off and excluded the area under 5 feet, and it's measured at 614 square feet, reducing the floor area by 257 square feet. So our code, in terms of, it defines floor areas as total gross square footage included within the surrounding exterior walls of all floors, continued within all enclosed building on the building site. The exceptions are attic, basement, and storage sheds. But however, the 3rd floor is not really an attic. And an attic would be sort of this area where if there was a ceiling, it would be from the ceiling to the roof form. And So the architect also provided an old plan from the Ellison project from July 2012, which has called the third floor as attic space. However, now we don't really interpret it that way. And so to reiterate, any above ground space or floor area is measured at the exterior of the enclosing walls. And also the floor area shall include, but all shall not be limited to, all floors of all enclosed spaces within all building. So draft condition number 4 requires that the applicant measure the floor area from the existing exterior outer wall of the building as the code stipulates. Regarding building and roof form, the additions maintains the 6.5 to 12 pitch, and the existing shed roof on the southern elevation has been replaced with a 3 to 12 pitch side with a facing gable roof. And there's a modest skylight, which is about 18 by 18 inches, and it's not visible from the street. However, the applicant is proposing copper gutters and downspouts, and because of environmental impact to the marine life, there's a draft condition requiring that an alternative material for the copper gutters and downspouts for the downspouts. Regarding site coverage, this is a 6,000 square foot lot. So the project site allowed 755 square feet of site coverage, if 50% or more is permeable. And this project is consistent with the code in regards to site coverage. In regards to lighting, they're proposing 2 light fixture options. One is natural gas and one is electric, and both have the same design material. As you can see, it's a bronze colonial style lantern with an open face frosted glass shield. The applicant prefers the natural gas and gas light, and they have provided a letter from the manufacturer stating that the light level is equivalent to 25 watts. However, in staff opinion, it might not be compatible because code as well as residential design guidelines stipulate that it should be shielded and down facing. So we have a draft condition stipulating that. In terms of finished detail, the applicant is proposing horizontal wood siding, which is going to be replacing wood shingles, and also gray slate shingle roof, which will be replacing wood shingles, and some accents in the lower level that would be brick veneer, which would be creamy ivory washed hue. Also, the applicant's also proposing to replace the aluminum clad wood windows with Arcadia custom aluminum windows. And the residential design guidelines 9.11 states materials other than authentic unclad wood are appropriate only when demonstrated that proposed material is more appropriate to the architecture. And in staff's opinion, the proposed window is suitable because it fits the style of the new design, as well as the windows have divided lights, which is encouraged by the residential design guidelines. Now, we have they do have 1,322 square foot ADU, but the state law generally precludes local jurisdiction from exercising discretion over the approval of ADUs, except in cases there are conflict with the adopted local coastal programs or the larger coastal act. While the scope of the project is under the Planning Commission, its purview is the 472 square foot net addition to the residence. However, the staff would like some clarification from the Planning Commission on the interaccessibility of the ADU. The applicant would like to have the interaccessibility with the primary residents as they have aging parents. The staff has reached out to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and they are deferring local jurisdiction to decide interaccessibility is consistent with the independent living space. However, the city's position is that in order to create a completely independent living space, the ADU cannot be interaccessible with the primary residence. So the this is the lower level is the entire lower level is the ADU, as well as the bottom portion of the new addition. But they have a separate entrance entering from the back, but the hallway leads to stairs that will lead up to the main residence. And also previously, the Planning Commission reviewed Design Study 2392, the unit residence, and regarding the interaccessibility of an attached ADU. And it determined that the attached and detached ADU should not have interaccessibility based on city's interpretation of the city's guideline. The staff's opinion is to adopt the resolution accepting the concept design review DS 21-435 with the condition. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners?
Actually, I have one.
Commissioner Locke?
Yeah, Saray, so on the proposed floor plan, there is so when you walk in the front entrance to the ADU, there's a room that then goes down to an ADU studio. So that's all part of the conditioned floor area for the ADU?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a question, Commissioner Bolton?
Well, I didn't, but now I do.
Okay, good.
What's the maximum size for an ADU in our city? I understand that the maximum size is not actually directly governed by the state. They say something like up to 1,200, but certain jurisdictions can say something about it. And it also depends on the connected versus the detached ADU size. So comment on that, please. This is 1,300 square feet, which is large.
Yes. Well, if the local jurisdiction doesn't have an ordinance in place, then we defer to the state. And the state said if an ADU is detached, the maximum is 1,200. But if it's attached, it could be up to 50% of the existing floor area. So the 1,322 is actually under the 50% existing floor area.
Okay, thanks. Follow-up question for Brandon. That's too big. We need a rule that says 800 square feet maximum for exterior and interior, in my opinion, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Okay, any more questions for staff regarding this application? Okay, thank you, Sir Ray. Appreciate it. All right. I see the applicant's architect is here. Would you like to speak to the commission regarding this application?
Yeah, I would. Good afternoon, commissioners and Chair LePage. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, let me get started. Sir, thank you for the presentation. So to begin, my clients purchased this property last year with the intention of moving their kids and their elderly parents down to Carmel. The current house had previously been issued a permit, was undergoing a remodel when my clients bought it. This meant the house was kind of left in an unfinished state, but it also gave my clients an opportunity to make the home more of their own and create additional living space for their children and their parents to live. When the house is complete, they look forward to becoming a part of the Carmel community. The current house is a mix of wood shingle siding, board and mat siding. We're proposing to replace this with new painted wood siding to achieve a more consistent appearance. We are also proposing brick veneer along the ground floor and chimneys, which will have a washed finish, complementary of the paint color, to give the house a more traditional character, which we think will help to balance some of the more contemporary features, such as the aluminum framed windows and doors. The next design item that we wanted to solve for was the existing street view elevation. As you saw today, it's very wide and tall and a rather flat elevation. My clients and I kind of joke, it feels more like the side of the house than the front of the house. So to create a more inviting front elevation and relate more to the scale and context of the neighborhood, we're proposing to push the second floor portion of that facade away from the street. This gives the house more of an appearance of three separate gabled roof elements instead of one large single one. We are also proposing to push the front door in past the plane of the front wall. This creates a nice covered entry, but also gives that elevation more depth and more character, which we feel is more in keeping with Carmel's design guidelines. The current detached garage has a low slope roof. So another way we want to achieve more consistent appearance on the property is by proposing a gabled roof. And I think as Suri mentioned, we will bring the undersized garage up to the minimum 200 square feet required. The garage will be clad in the brick veneer to match the brick used on the house. In order to create more bedrooms in the home for their children, we are proposing an addition to the south of the house, which will be 456 square feet in size, and that'll contain 2 rooms for their kids and a shared bathroom. Below this, so from the street, it'll appear as a single-story addition, but because of the way the property slopes down, the lower level will be used as part of the ADU. Suri did touch upon this. The overall height of the house will not be increased. We recognize that the existing house does have some non-conforming conditions, but all of the proposed additions that we're proposing today and all the new work will comply with the city's guidelines for height and setbacks. So part of the project does include the proposal of 3 new gas lanterns across the front of the house and 4 in back. We realize this is kind of a new item before the city and not found, as far as we're aware, in the city of Carmel. But there are plenty of examples of these gas lanterns outside the city boundaries. And I've done them as well in other projects as close as Hatton Road before. The thing we want to emphasize most about these gas lanterns is that they do not emit light in the same way that an artificial light fixture does. They do not cast light out or up or against the adjacent surfaces. Suri did show one photo in his presentation. We also sent him some videos and some light testing of these gas lanterns, which I hope he shared with you all today. But if not, I'd be happy to share my screen. But we really, hope that you can kind of see from those materials that we submitted just how little light an exposed flame produces, far less actually, as we found in our test, than a 25-watt bulb. To give you an example, and again, maybe you saw these photos, we purchased a light meter to conduct a test of our own. Holding the light meter up to a standard pathway light with an LED bulb gave us a reading of 1,300 lumens. We took the same meter and held it up to gas lanterns at my client's current property up in the Bay Area and only got a reading of 4.5 lumens. That's 1/300th the amount of light compared to a traditional light bulb. So again, I do hope you have those photos and those videos, but I'd be happy to share them with you today. So for that reason, we feel that these gas lanterns would comply with the city's requirements, maintain the dark sky, and not be a nuisance by casting unwanted light onto the property. Another way we feel that these gas lanterns would comply with city guidelines is that they are more traditional by design and do invoke more of that old world charm and character that is encouraged in Carmel compared to a more modern artificial fixture. And the flickering of the light that the gas lantern does produce is honestly really nice, and it does kind of take you back to that kind of old world feel. And again, just to reiterate, we are only proposing 3 fixtures across the entire front of the house, which seems like not very many given the size of the property and the project. The next item I wanted to touch upon, of course, is the ADU. We realize that normally the ADUs wouldn't come before the Planning Commission, but we are here today asking for a secondary internal connection to the house for the reasons Suri stated. My clients wish to have their elderly parents live with them, and it's imperative that they have an internal connection to the ADU. The city guidelines do require ADUs to have complete independent living facilities, yes, but that's it. It doesn't get into any more specificity, and we think is kind of somewhat rather subjective. Nowhere in the design guidelines or code in the city or the state can we find anything that specifically prohibits internal connection. Our proposed ADU does have its own independent exterior access, has its own cooking and bathing facilities and rooms to sleep in. We believe this makes the ADU a complete and independent living facility. Other jurisdictions do allow for these internal connections, and we are hoping that the city will consider this on a case-by-case basis. My client did submit a letter to the Planning Commission, which I hope you all got, advocating for the need for this safe internal passage between the ADU and the house, so their in-laws and their aging parents can visit with the rest of the family and not have to walk around the side of the house up the steep hillside, only to then go back into the home. In speaking with our planner, we understand, one reason the city may discourage these internal connections is so to not make the house seem any bigger. Whether or not we are allowed to have this internal connection, I do think it should be emphasized, though, that if we had to wall off the ADU from the rest of the house, it doesn't change our proposed project from a sense of square footage, scale, or design. So I think to prevent us from having internal connection on the grounds that would make the house bigger seems unfair and unreasonable because the square footages remain the same. Now we just have to ask these parents to walk around the outside every time they want to go visit with the rest of their family. So we respectfully ask that the Planning Commission consider my client's unique situation and their need to safely house their aging parents and support this internal connection. We are open to any conditions of approval or deed restrictions that would run with the property that will give you a higher degree of confidence that the only intent of the ADU is for my client's parents and not for them to have a larger house. Lastly and quickly, I did want to touch upon two of the conditions of approval, which were newer to us when we saw them in the staff report. Number two, regarding this 6-foot high wall. You saw today that the new deck will be 20 feet forward of the north neighbor's property and house. And so I don't think that views will be an issue. My clients would literally have to stand at the edge of their deck and look backwards to see the neighboring house. And I don't believe so far city staff has received any concerns from that neighbor, nor am I aware of historically any issues with privacy. We'd certainly rather screen if we had to using landscaping. We think this would be much more appropriate than a 6-foot high solid wall attached to the side of the house. I don't think that would really be in keeping with the design characteristics of the home or the city's guidelines. Condition number 4 regarding the 3rd floor area. When we started this project, there was an active permit on the property. We did a records request. The city in 2012 issued a permit for this house, which established the 3rd floor area at 531 square feet. The 3rd floor is really an attic to the home, and which has been partially finished. It's only those perimeters sections on the north and south wall that have ceiling heights less than 5 feet that were excluded. They were excluded from the floor area calculations back in 2012, approved by the city. So there's no reason to doubt the city's, I think, accuracy in approving that project. And so that's what we based our square footage on when we started this project. We would ask that you recognize these spaces as attics. Just because they're not above the 3rd floor doesn't mean that they aren't attics and that they're leftover space created by this high-pitched gabled roof. And then we're basically just asking that the city be consistent when they apply the rules to calculating square footage. So thank you. And at this point in time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the architect from the commissioners? Any
I have a question for staff.
Commissioner Bolton.
Yeah, what's the rule regarding gas lights in Carmel? Or is there a rule? All I know is from my personal experience, I've been denied multiple times to have gas lights on buildings in Carmel.
There's no, specifically, there's nothing that says that anything about gas lights. But, the design guidelines as well as the ordinance stipulate that light it has to have wattage. And it's very hard to determine exactly how much wattage a gas light has.
Yeah,
what about fire? Does fire have a comment on it?
Yeah, Commissioner Bolton, if I can just add to what Saray just said, and the past interpretations have been that it's effectively an exposed filament or exposed light. That's why they've been denied in the past. I don't believe we got any comments from fire on it. Of course, these lamps have all sort of literature about being fire safe and things like that. But it's certainly another thing that we as staff are concerned about is having a flame up against the side of a wooden building.
Thanks for the answer.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant's architect? Okay, I don't see any. All right. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone, members of the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application?
Hi, this is the McDonald family. I don't know if this is a good time. But
yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
I wanted to just introduce our family. I'm Amber. This is Cade. As you can see, he's been eagerly paying attention. This is Ava. Hi. And this is my husband, CJ. And we're just really excited, I think, to be a part of the Carmel community. I was actually a former San Francisco 49er. And that kind of taught me that being a part of a community and playing a role is really, really important. I since have become the president of our PTA and really involved in the kids' schools. So we are really looking forward to, when we looked at a lot of places to kind of, lay foundations. I'm actually originally from Texas. So Carmel really excited me. And we love the vibe and everything down there, and are looking forward to, really immersing ourselves in everything that it has to offer. So that's kind of a little introduction. I think in terms of the house, yes, I think you guys all got the letter, but recently lost my mom. She was a big, big part of our family. She cared for my dad, which is now part of our responsibility as a family. And so that kind of led into, finding this home and really kind of making it something that worked for all of us. So, I hope that everybody can find it in their hearts and know that it's an important part of our family, both to be there and just to make this work.
Okay, thank you. It's very nice to meet your family.
Thank you. I'm sure my toddler has all the emotions of all of us sitting on a planning call. So.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that'd like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application?
I can. If
Aaron, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Yeah, I actually live across the street. And so, hi, we've only met on the street, I think, when you guys bought the place. In their photos, you'll see one with a very, very big deck. That's our house. So sorry in advance. We'll be in front of you guys at some point. I think we had a concern with the size of the house on like the sight lines, and it looks awesome. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. I just want to say, I think it actually looks really nice. I think it'll be a great upgrade on the street. They aren't paying me to say this. We haven't met. We're not good friends or anything, but I actually would be looking directly at the house. And my in-laws also actually live with us down in Carmel. And so they asked me to really pay attention. And I think from the plans and everything, it looks like it doesn't, and it looks really nice. So, all right, I'll be quiet now. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Is there anyone else that would like to make some comments?
Yeah, I'd like to just comment on the gas lamps. There are several homes with gas lamps around that neighborhood, so you might want to take a walk around there just to see. Some of them were permitted probably in the last 10 years, I would say. So you can see them in practice. And the difference between a gas fixture and a filament type fixture or even an LED fixture is you have the hot spot of the filament or the LED, and that's where you get your high light reading. The gas flame emits an even light from the flame, just like a fireplace does. So that's the differences between the two, and that's all I got.
Okay, thank you for those comments. All right, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission? I don't see anybody. Let me flip my screen here. I got everybody there. Okay, all right. I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
Sure. I think actually some of the questions that we asked need to be taken into further consideration at some point. 1,300 square feet for an ADU is an extremely large ADU. And I think I am against having an interior connection. And I think this goes back to our previous consideration of the application where we had kind of the same story. And sorry, McDonald's, I know you want to have that interior connection, but it really does add square footage to a home when you can open the door and you have additional square footage available to you. And Carmel is unique because we do have restrictions on site coverage, and I think that to me is something that we have to protect. And the ADU approval process has made it easy to do the ADUs at this point and to not have it count as square footage that would be available. I don't want to see a precedent set by starting to allow interconnections between accessory dwelling units. They should be standalone. Gas lanterns, there's gas lanterns at a house down on 10th Avenue, I think. Actually, I think there's another house too that I've seen them on. So I know that there are a couple of them in Carmel. And I would just say if
it meets our code, that's one thing. I'm not sure, and I'd look to you, Michael, about how that affects the comments made at our last meeting about climate change. Because I know that there's a strong feeling about getting away from natural gas as an element. The brick veneer, the outer whatever, I'm just looking at the floor plans, and it looks like the color is going to change from the gray to a brighter white color. That concerns me a little bit. I think in this case, this house is actually, it blends in really nicely because it is a gray color. And so I'm kind of really wouldn't want to see that change. But I think other than that, I understand the size that was, we did have a little discussion about, but those are really my comments on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Bolden?
Yeah, sure. I agree with the ADU interconnection. Allowing unlimited size ADUs to be connected to houses completely obviates our floor area ratio rules and makes it so there are no rules regarding the size of a house. All you have to do is call it an ADU. So no interconnections between any house and ADU. I'm not picking on these people. I've already said that on other properties. I'll say it on the next one. So there's that. The third floor, I'm sorry, additional floor area. I do not support the use of that area. That must be counted. It's not attic space. It's used on that level is used as a living level, and they have cut off a section of it to make it comply with the numbers, and that's not acceptable. I agree with the staff's analysis on that. No copper gutters, unfortunately. They're pretty, but we can't have them. I like the look of gas lanterns, but I don't think our current rules allow it. I'd like them to potentially, but I think it would require some kind of comment from fire. Obviously, they're used all over the place. I'm not suggesting that gas lanterns are unsafe, but our code doesn't have anything about it, so I don't know that I can support it. And they're unshielded, which is the real problem. Obviously, I know gas lanterns are nothing compared to a LED or a incandescent bulb, but the fact is they're still unshielded, and the code says to be shielded. Otherwise, I think I support the project. I like the color it is now. I agree with Stephanie. I don't want to see the brick turn to a lighter color, but I don't know that I got the impression. I got the impression that the brick would be similar color to the body, just washed with the paint, essentially. So yes, it will sort of look a little lighter. It won't be as solid bodied, but it will definitely, if it's the same color, it'll still look good, in my opinion. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolden. Commissioner Allen, your comments, please.
Yeah, I think my comments would be repetitive. I'm sorry to the McDonald family, but I couldn't support an internal access to the ADU. And I would agree with Commissioner Bolden on his recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Allen. Yeah, I'm in agreement with the comments from my fellow commissioners and staff. I have an additional comment on gas lanterns. As a member of the Climate Change Committee, we are encouraging the building department to adopt building code requirements that additionally, what we call reach codes that will start to eliminate the use of natural gas. What we found in our greenhouse gas inventory is that residential gas use is a significant contributor to the greenhouse gas inventory of the city. And we have to move very quickly towards reduction of those. And I know this is the use here is probably minor, but it is a use that is an aesthetic. And I would encourage the owners to look for some other type of fixture, which first of all meets our downlighting requirement. And I'm sure there's other fixtures which would be traditional. I know there's flickering types of LEDs. There's very warm, low K rating fixtures which look like a much warmer fixture. So, you know, it's just be a good idea for all of us to acknowledge what we can do in every single way to start to eliminate greenhouse gas, you know, accumulation. So yeah, I support the staff's analysis of this with regards to the third story, to the elimination of the copper flashing. I don't support the 6-foot wall. I think that can be eliminated. The position of the deck, I don't think provides a privacy issue for the neighbor to the south. Excuse me, to the north. So we have a resolution. Let me get that up here. The recommended draft conditions as per staff and the resolution are the garage, number one, applicant shall expand the garage to meet current standard measurement. I didn't hear any problem with that from the architect. The privacy panel, that's a 6-foot high one. I would recommend that be deleted from the motion. The grade, number 3 is the grade points. That's pretty standard. Number 4 is in relation to the 3rd floor measurement of the floor area. Number 6, excavation. Number 7, the light fixture. I would hope that I think an alternative should be submitted, and I would hope that it would not be a gas alternative. Number 8, skylight. Skylight should be low profile, use non-reflective glass, minimal light and clear visible. And number 9 is elimination of the copper gutters and downspouts. And 10 is the elimination of the inner accessibility. So based on that resolution presented by staff, do we have a motion? Nobody wants to make a motion? I can
do it, I suppose. I might need help.
Commissioner Bolton, go ahead.
Yeah, so I move that we accept the application as modified by staff with the special and standard conditions, with the exception of eliminating the 6-foot wall requirement for the upper floor deck.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept. Okay, we have a motion made and seconded to accept the resolution as per staff with the elimination of special draft condition. Which one is that? God, where is it?
Yeah, I was just looking for it.
God, I can't even find it. Where was it? Oh, it's number 2. Number 2, the privacy panel. Yeah, so that will be deleted from that. Okay, is there any more discussion? Hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. Thank
I don't
you.
get to be first anymore. Now we have an A person on the commission. It's not fair.
Thank you.
I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. The next item on our public hearings tonight is another design study. This is DS 21-236. It's California Coast LLC's consideration of a concept design study for the demolition of an existing 1,315 square foot, 1-story residence with an attached garage and construction of a new 2-story, 1,565 square foot single family residence with a 235 square foot detached garage and located in the setback, and it's on San Carlos Street, 2 southwest of First Avenue in the R1 district. Staff report, please.
All right, thank you, Chair. So this application is a continuation of a previously reviewed project. The project was heard at the January 12th hearing. The issues discussed were privacy and view issues, issues with the building and site finishes, garage form and placement, and the building form. Again, just as a reminder, the applicant is proposing to demolish all improvements across the site to construct a new 1,800 square foot residence divided between a 1,500 square foot residence and a 235 square foot detached garage. An ADU has also already been approved for the site, and as you know, should not be considered as part of the project However, associated improvements with the main residence that interact with the ADU, such as the roof deck, could be considered and discussed. So between hearings, not much has changed in terms of forest character. We are still maintaining all of the tree protection measures. The only change that has been made is the proposed tree planting. So the forester has recommended planting 2 upper canopy and 1 lower canopy trees on site. The 3 trees have proposed to be maintained. However, the applicant is now proposing to plant 3 lower canopy trees instead of the 2 uppers as a means to protect the views from the neighbors across the street. The Planning Commission does have the authority to accept this recommendation. However, the species of the trees would still be considered by the city forester. In respect to privacy on the north and south windows, the windows are generally in the same orientation and location as the previous hearing. These windows were not discussed that are in much depth regarding potential privacy impacts, as the majority of the windows have very tall sill heights. Most of them are 6 feet, with a few being 7 feet. And then we do have 2 lower windows with a lower sill height. This is an egress window with a sill height of 3.6, but you can see it's located just a few inches above grade on the lower floor. And then this window right here is a kitchen window. None of the windows on the north or south elevations are anticipated to have any privacy impacts to either the north or south neighbors. In respect to the windows facing the east and west, if we start up with this top image, this is the front elevation facing east. These windows are set back 32 feet, 11 inches from the front property line. And then the windows at the back are set back 41 feet, 9 inches from the rear property line. Again, due to the significant setback from the front and rear property lines, these windows are not anticipated to pose any privacy impacts to the neighbors. So at the previous hearing, the Planning Commission was not supportive of the proposed roof deck, despite it was proposed to be decreasing in size. So the residence has an existing 774 square foot deck that it currently has a rear setback of about 4.5 feet. At the initial hearing, that deck was proposed to be reduced to 418 square feet with a setback of about 6 feet. Even with those modifications, the commission was not supportive. In the applicant's latest version of the plans, they've reduced the deck even more to 253 square feet, which is about a 67% reduction from the existing condition, with a setback of about 20.5 feet now to the rear property line. And then also this north privacy wall is also proposed to be maintained along this edge of the deck to maintain privacy for this northern neighbor. So just as a summary, over here is the existing condition. We have this large deck. There are some windows that are not shown over here looking into the neighbor's yard area here. This is the proposed condition. This green outline is the ADU. The yellow outline is the proposed roof deck. The purple line is this, the roof deck screening wall. And then the stars represent the windows that are not the high windows. So the windows that would not have a sill height of more than 6 feet. So again, all those windows do face the locations with the significant setback, or it's just this one kitchen window. So in respect to views, the view issue has been corrected. So at the first hearing, this is a picture from the story poles from the initial version of the project. As you can see here, this was the ridge that was originally proposed, as well as the horizon. So in the original proposal, effectively the entire view was wiped out. With the revised design, much of the view has been maintained. So this purple line represents the horizon, and this red dashed line represents the the outline of the story poles. This has been achieved by modifying the roof form. So again, this was the original design. This horizontal gabled form that ran parallel to the street basically took out the entire view. By creating a gable that faced the street and then a flat element, they were able to open up this area to maintain a view for the neighbor across the street. And we did receive a letter from the neighbor directly across the street whose view was impacted, and they are in support of the project and did not have any concerns regarding the view. And then again, just to show that figure one more time. So the proposed residence does relate to the homes nearby in terms of mass and bulk, as encouraged by the residential design guidelines. The design guidelines state that encourage using detached accessory structures to reduce the overall mass of the building, locating some floor area either fully or partially below grade, which I'll get to on the next slide. Avoid placing tall building walls near property lines when it will be adjacent to similar walls on neighboring sites. So again, we have this tall building here. This taller building form, there's a 7-foot setback here. So the building has been shifted towards this lower building form. And then again, the building, actually, I think I didn't mention this. The new ridge, this taller gable, they are proposing to construct a 2-story house where a 1-story house currently stands. However, the ridge height's only proposed to increase by about 4 feet. So this building actually reads as a 1-story building from the street. They are at about 18 feet as viewed from the street, which is the height limit for a 1-story residence. So as viewed from the street, the building would appear to be 1 story tall. So again, this was largely achieved by sinking the building footprint partly below grade as encouraged by the design guidelines. So again, as viewed by the street, it would appear 1 story, and then as the lot slopes back, that's where the 2-story volumes would come into play. So in respect to building and roof form, the gabled roof form is proposed to be pitched at 4 and 12, which is encouraged by the residential design guidelines. And then there's also a flat roof element for the other building mass. So the residential design guidelines do state that flat roofs may be used on a limited extent on smaller 1-story structures, and that they should not be used on large buildings or 2-story elements. However, the purpose of the flat roof in this case is to preserve a neighboring view, which was identified as a significant view at the previous hearing. So there are 2 options. If the commission is not supportive of the use of the flat roof and would like strict adherence to the design guidelines, they should provide direction to the applicant. Excuse me. However, if they are supportive as a means to protect the view, you can direct staff to make findings consistent with the Municipal Code Section 1758-060D, findings required for approval of deviations from design guidelines. So what that section means is deviations are allowed from the design guidelines when specific findings are adopted. And what those deviations would achieve, or what they're allowed when the deviations would achieve the applicable design objectives as well as, or better than, would be achieved by adherence to the adopted design guidelines. And one of those objectives, the required objectives, is to promote residential designs that respect the privacy, solar access, and private views of neighboring properties. So again, we've identified that there's a significant view, and by incorporating a flat roof here, it does present an opportunity to maintain that significant view. And then again, with some of the changes that have been made between hearings, the commission previously wasn't supportive of these building entry forms. However, the applicant has chosen to maintain these features, but has made some modifications to them, greatly reducing them in size. The original building entry was proposed to be 62 square feet. That's been reduced down to 43 square feet. That's just taking the area of the entire feature. Before, it projected 4 feet 8 inches from the wall plane, and then that's been pulled back to 3 feet. And then this bay window has been reduced from 66 square feet to 48 square feet. It's also been pulled up from the finished floor, so it's no longer an accessible seat. It acts more as a true bay window. However, that projection has been maintained at a 1.5 feet. So the applicant is proposing a new detached garage located in the front and side setbacks, which the commission is able to approve when specific findings are made. Those findings have been made in the staff report, and the project does meet all those findings. There was, I know, some concern among neighbors that parking would be lost. There is no parking required for the ADU. Again, we can't discuss the ADU, but just as a matter of fact, the ADUs, we don't require parking for it. Only 1 parking space is required for the main residence. And then there was some concern that about parking an additional car in the driveway. And the design you saw back in January, the garage was located right up at the front setback, or I'm sorry, the front property line, but the garage has now been pulled back an additional 5 feet. And this hasn't allowed for a car to be parked in the driveway. So as you can see, this is a rather large truck from the face of the garage to the street edge. That's about 23 feet. So there's plenty of room to park a car in the garage, in the driveway, and then there's also this unimproved parking space in the right of way. Although that's not a dedicated parking space for the house, it is used generally by the tenants. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution accepting a concept design study as described on the screen. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners? Commissioner Locke, did you have one, or you're shaking your head? No? No? Okay. Nothing from Commissioner Bolt or Commissioner Allen? No. Okay. All right. Thank you, Evan. All right. At this time, would the applicant, I see the applicant's architect is here, Mr. Goodwin. Would you like to address the Planning Commission at this time?
Yes. Thank you, Planning Commissioners, for your time, especially on this very long night.
Can you, there you go. Now we made your volume there. Can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I appreciate all your time spent on this, and I hope that what you've seen from Mr. Court shows the depth at which we took to fix the project based on the comments. I was going to give a short presentation, but I actually feel that what Evan, Mr. Court had provided is a wonderful conclusion of what we came up with. A couple notes to share. We wanted to make sure that this building sat within the forest, and that was one of the first things that we had mentioned in our last conversation, the last meeting that we had. And in the case for improving that, we actually created a color palette that we felt allowed the house to be more subdued. So you're seeing a change from a very stark contemporary home to a much more elegant wood-toned home that sits further back because it's darker in color and it looks like the bark of the trees around it. We also pushed the garage back further and also softened the approach of that garage, which the garage sits approximately at a similar location of some of the other homes on the street, though it's a little bit in front of it. The dark toned wood helps to have it blend back into the characteristics of the forest. We did want to appease this conversation of views, and I feel that the documentation that we've shown and Mr. Court shown today helps to show that we wanted to preserve the views from the neighbors that felt like they were losing their ocean. And so we humbly ask that you approve the flat roof consideration, and that's we use that as a nice exception to not only preserve the view, but maintain that the house is a one-story element in its approach from the street. We have sunk in the house as far as we really can from an engineering standpoint, and that house appears and preserves a lot of the views of what a one-story house would be. And it's even evident in the fact that the neighbor to the south of the street is actually taller than the home that we're proposing. So with that, I'll just leave it at a thanks. Thank you to all the commissioners that pushed us to make the changes. That gave us great insight. I always am happy to receive criticism and to use that criticism to make designs better. And I hope that this design is a much better option for this lot in this community. Thank you. I'm available for any questions or comments.
Are there questions from the commissioners for Mr. Goodwin? I don't see any. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Are there members from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? Carol, would you like to speak? You need to unmute yourself there. There you go.
There we go. I remember this from January, and I have to commend Mr. Goodwin for really listening and providing a lot of improvements to meet with the character in Carmel. I think, it would be fine somewhere else, but I wanted to look at it fresh as if it were just coming on and seeing what I would find offensive. And there are just three things. I really like the way it fits into the forest environment, that he's toned down the colors. I mean, there are so many things that he's done that have really improved it. The first is the flat roof on the garage. If that were gabled rather to a 4x12 to meet the other side of the house, there would be very little view impacted because of just the peak, because it sits lower than the flat roof behind it. And I'm not proposing putting a gable on the flat roof behind it because of the neighbor's considerations for view. But that gable on the front would make it look so much nicer and provide very little impact on the neighbor's view. That's my first thought. My second is that the windows, I would wish that there would be divided, just on the upper part at least of the windows, some divided light that goes across the top, just to make it look a little more friendly, a little less modern or stark, I guess is the word. And the third thing, let me get my glasses on so I can see. What I call a dumpster lid roof, the seamed metal roof. I think there are so many products out now that are so much more attractive. And we know from two projects ago that you discussed that there's some glare, and it just doesn't look friendly. It doesn't look cottage-like. Composition roof or some other type of tile roof. I'm not suggesting Mediterranean tiles, but other type of tile roof that really speaks more to the cottage vernacular of the area. I live just a block away from it, so I'm very familiar with it. And so those are my three recommendations for further improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Is there anyone else who would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? No, nobody else?
No.
KC?
Hello?
Is it KC? Or JC, or you're muted again?
Neil has his hand raised. Neil Cruz.
Oh, well, okay. All right. We'll let Neil speak first, and then we'll get back to JC. Okay, Neil, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to compliment the architect. I don't like people who don't comment at the first review of your design. I don't like it when they do it to me. So I apologize for that because I was not here at the first meeting. And so my comments are late in the game and not so good as a result of that. But I just wanted to read a section of the Carmel General Plan to give you an idea of what we view as the architecture that fits in Carmel so that you can understand why, unfortunately, I don't feel that the general architectural style is appropriate for our village. This is from the 1988 General Plan. In recognition of this fit between the natural and built environments, and perhaps to enhance this fit, many of the city's buildings have been designed with natural materials, pleasant open spaces, and abundant landscaping, Carmel stone, local granite, and the frequent use of wood in hand-carved doors, window frames, sills, moldings, roofing materials, and signs that are design features that contribute to the village character of the city. These form a contrast to the glass, steel, plastic, and featureless gray concrete so often found in other cities. Another dimension of this mimicry of the natural environment is the love of detail and craftsmanship, just as nature abhors the monotony of anything blank or unrelieved. So Carmel's builders have established their work with detail and device to create interest and continual delight in the design of their buildings. Most of Carmel-by-the-Sea, a significant buildings exhibit a myriad of details, some intricate, some bold, that defies cataloging in a single view or visit. Surfaces are broken up by ridges, insets, decorative tiles, cavities, niches, and abrupt changes of material. Textures show great variety from smooth trowel plaster, brick, stone, rock, or exposed aggregate to painted, carved, or unfinished wood. Corners exhibit bevels, bulldozers, cornices, and moldings. Everywhere, the designers of attention to detail and the builder's contribution of skill and craftsmanship are evident to the best of Carmel's buildings. So I read that so it wouldn't be personal, me saying these things about your wonderful design. It's just not appropriate for the village character of Carmel. Thank you very much.
Oh, Chair LePage, you're actually muted.
Thank you, Neil, for your comments. Sorry, I was muted. Okay, JC, you want to go ahead?
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. First of all, I want to say welcome aboard, Aaron Allen. And then I want to get on to this project. Do you have my email available to you? If you do, I can get through this very quickly. I don't want to read to you, and you probably don't want me reading to you. But anyway, this project revolves around an ADU that was permitted just prior to the submission of this project. And the entire design has revolved around trying to accommodate the ADU, through the whole process. And it makes no sense other than there is a part of SB 9 that says if you have to tear down 25% of the existing building in order to do your ADU, and there's a tenant in it, you can't do that. And I'll let Brandon chime in on that. And I don't know of any ordinance that the Carmel has that speaks to that at all. And I'll defer to Brandon on that as well. But this seems like a case of I'll build the ADU and then I'll ask for special permission to reduce setbacks and stuff when I demo the building. And that way I can get around the 25% limit. That bothers me. Done on that. The other thing is, I don't see, and this is on the second page, there's nothing that requires setback reductions due to site conditions, slope, or anything else on this. There's no, other than they put the ADU ahead of this building and now want to shove it together. And that bothers me because it seems like if somebody's doing feels like an end around. It may not be. So anyway, I would at least make some findings. AB9 shows one space per unit that the city or the municipality can forgive. That is part of it, and I did cite that in my document. And I also included the full text of the section 1 of SB 9. So as to the architectural design, it's a workaround instead of designing it something in concert, so it all works together. And I think that's my hardest thing with that. So there you have it. I think the garage should have a standard setback. You know, if you look at the truck in the driveway, the bumper's right on the edge of the asphalt. You could get another 1.5 feet out of it if you made it a common wall with the building. That'd help some. And then you have a 0 sideline setback with no access easement from the neighbor to maintain the building. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're supposed to have 3 feet, but even in those situations, you generally at least have a foot of setback so that you don't have to worry about overhanging on your neighbor, but you still have to negotiate how you're going to paint the wall. I think that's it. And if you've looked at my email, which is in your packet, then you've got the rest of my my detail there, and you probably don't need me to bore you any longer. So thank you for listening.
JC, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
Okay, where's your house located?
It's on the other side of First, on the west side of San Carlos.
Okay, I was just curious. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? Don't see any, so I'm going to close the public comments and bring it back to the commission for their comments.
Mr. Chair, could I just clarify one thing really quick? I did hear Mr. Cruz reference the 1988 general plan. Our general plan is from 2003 and forward, so I'm not sure which general plan Mr. Cruz was referencing there, but just for the commission's clarification, our general plan most recently was adopted, or not most recently, 2003, and then there have been updates 2010, 2015. So we don't currently have a 1988 general plan.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, Commissioner Bolton, how about, you want to start or you?
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't have a lot to say about this one. I think the support of the neighbor across the street regarding the view, it goes a long way for me. And the fact that the architect reduced the height and changed the orientation of that ridge obviously opened up a great deal of view. So that's excellent. And I commend them for that. I don't have a problem with the design forms. I like this building. I think the dark colors will help. I note a comment in the staff report, and I think in the resolution even maybe, that there is some conflict with the plans regarding the color. Something says gray and something says brown. So that needs to be resolved. Dark colors are obviously going to be good. It'll help blend in with the surrounding trees and make the house seem quieter. I guess the reason for the 0 setback on the side yard for the garage is to accommodate some more light getting into the main house through that window. Is that correct, I assume?
In any event, I think it'll be difficult to, Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, my earphone just died, so now I'm on the speaker from the
Okay, yeah, no, we can hear you fine.
So in the future, I'm afraid my meetings will be limited to the length of time my earphones last. I don't know what to do. I can't help it, Brandon. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now we're kind of losing you there. Can't hear you. We can't hear you now, Commissioner Bolton. Yeah. Okay. All right. I hope we got all your comments. So you kind of.
I know it's hard with this stupid. That's why I use the earphones.
Yeah, the volume kind of dropped out there at the end.
Yeah, I was just saying I support the project. I think.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, I think the location of the garage, and I can be correct if I'm wrong, I think it had to do with those trees in the front. Kind of push it over there to the
yeah, trees
to the
definitely
north.
had something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean the trees were pretty. There's a lot of trees right in the right of way there.
For sure.
If I'm wrong about that, the staff is that correct, Evan? About the location of the garage, was there any opportunity to move that garage to the south?
It was the. Let me double check.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I mean, I know the detached garages can be right on the property line, and detached garages have to meet certain standards. And,
from a tree protection standpoint, it appears it would be. It's okay without being able to dimension it really quickly. I don't know. It seems like there would be some room, but I believe the placement was more a design choice between the owner and the architect. So I would defer to them regarding the placement.
Mr. Goodwin, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I can answer that, Commissioner. I think based on our original analysis, there were two things that were happening. One was the fact that we do have that zero lot line ability, which allows us to keep it in the same general location of the existing driveway, which is easier for the constructability. And the other was the trees. So the further we move it south, the more we're going to disrupt the roots of the trees. And we're already trying to not do that as much with the house. So that was a consideration on the placement. Whether it can be moved or not, if that's a consideration that the commissioners would like to make, I can discuss that. We can discuss that, Mr. Court and I and Mr. Swanson. So,
do we know generally how close the garage is to the trees? Do we have a dimension? Can you just kind of give me some idea?
Let's just put it this way: the garage right now sits on the location of the driveway, so we might have a couple feet where we can move it, but again, I think the comment from JC, was it, about the setback and painting and all this other stuff. I don't know if the 2 feet would help, but we really don't have a lot of room to go before the existing garage or the existing driveway is no longer where the garage is sitting.
Okay, yeah, I see. Evans has the plot plan up there, or the floor plan showing the garage, and the driveway is jogging over a little bit just to be able to access, because those trees you're going to get in. Those are pretty big trees. You're going to get into the structural root zone.
Yeah,
as it is, you're going to have to hand dig those areas to make sure you don't cut any roots.
And we want to be careful about the approach to and from the garage for cars.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for answering that question. All right, Commissioner Locke, you want to make your comments?
Sure. I think this is an amazing transition from the last version. And I think that, Andrew, you should be really happy with what you came up with tonight. I think it looks great. I have no problem with the flat roof. I know Carol Hall mentioned maybe considering putting a little bit on the garage to maybe kind of get rid of so much flat, but I'm not stuck on that at all. I think it's a huge improvement, and in my opinion, I think it's a worthy project. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Allen, your comments?
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn on this one because I do definitely want to support the flat roof to maintain that view. But I do think that the design does have that kind of block look that I think, at least my perception is that is what is concerning to some of the neighbors. But in terms of it meeting all the criteria, and I don't think I sat in on the previous meeting with some of the initial designs, but for me, this does capture what we are looking for in terms of design. So I'm fine with it.
Thank you. I had a question for the architect, Mr. Goodwin. When Carol Hall was suggesting you put a gable on the garage, you were shaking your head in agreement. What did that mean?
The agreement is that I can understand why to put a gable on that part of the building or that part of the project rather than putting it on the upper floor. I could see that as a worthy option. Really, the conversation becomes structure and then warranty of the type of roof. As many of you probably know, the warranty of certain types of products, if I change from, say, standing seam to asphalt comp shingles, they go away when it gets too shallow. And I don't want to keep moving that pitch up, and then we're in the same position of blocking the neighbor's view.
Okay, so it's a view shed issue.
Yeah.
You think that's going to interrupt you? Okay, and you have support of the neighbor now, so I think we should encourage the design as is presented to mitigate the view impacts to the neighbor, and the neighbor's in agreement now. I don't think at this late date it would be fair to create another possible obstacle to her view, and she's in agreement with that. And I think this project is a good example of an architect listening to the feedback from the Planning Commission and then using their skill to address those issues. And I think they've done it in a way which still honors, the design of the project. There's a lot of articulation on this project. I know Neil Cruz was talking about articulation, design details. There's a lot of that here. And so I think it really has met the guidelines and the intent. It may be a little more contemporary, but it's eclectic. There's a lot of eclectic shapes there, which connect it to our architectural history, but it also presents a design which is unique and characteristic to contemporary concerns and design trends. So I feel like it's a very nice addition to Carmel's inventory of very well-designed homes. So I'm very supportive of this design as it is presented. And having said that, I brought up, Commissioner Locke, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, you don't want to go over the resolution?
Resolution is very short. So.
Yeah, it is. It is real short. There wasn't a lot of, this is concept, right? Mm-hmm. So these are just draft conditions, a volume study, metal roof's got to provide a sample, building color. I think it's going to be a brown color. I think the architect clarified that. Exterior lighting, they got to provide some stuff. So go ahead.
All right, I move approval of application DS 21-362, California Coast LLC, and adoption of the resolution accepting the concept design study for the demolition of the existing house and construction of a new 2-story house on San Carlos 2 southwest of First.
Just the resolution as presented by staff.
As presented,
with
yes.
No changes. Okay. We have a second?
I can second.
Okay, motion is made and second to accept a motion to accept the resolution as presented by staff. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. The motion is carried. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate your comments. Okay, the next item in public hearings tonight is another design study. This is DS 22-077. This is Junipero Investors LLC. It's consideration of a concept design study for the demolition of an existing single-family residence and construction of a new 1,000 755 square foot, one-story, single-family residence, inclusive of an attached garage on Junipero 6 northeast of 8th Avenue. Can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. All right. So as Chair LePage just described, the applicant is proposing to demolish the existing residence and construct a new 1,755 square foot residence that includes a 228 square foot attached garage. Project also proposes landscape and site coverage improvements throughout. There are 4 significant trees on site, 3 oaks and 1 Monterey pine. There's also 1 non-significant acacia. The forester has determined that 2 upper canopy trees are required to be planted on site. Those trees are not shown on the site plan, but they are shown on the landscape plan in these 2 back corners of the lot. Upon inspection of the story poles, myself, along with the forester, identified a couple of issues regarding the proximity of the story poles to the trees. You'll see here, we have this limb that's this tree with the limb extending into this area in very close proximity to what would be this roof form. What's also not shown in the story poles, which is typical, is there's an eave. This just shows the building plate. So we have an additional about 1.5 foot of eave, which would extend into the limb. So it's anticipated that this limb would need to be cut in order to construct the roof. And then also a similar situation in the back with this large branch that extends right over this roof form. Upon inspection of this tree, we noted that this limb had been cut. We expect that this limb was cut during the installation of the story poles. So as such, we do have a number of draft conditions that need to be addressed prior to final details hearing. So one, the forester noted that story poles implied limbs will be required to be removed. So any removal or pruning permits for limb removals do need to be submitted prior to final details hearing. An important note is that any limbs over 4 inches do need Forest and Beach Commission approval. This is something we typically try to address prior to concept hearing. However, we weren't able to identify this until the story poles were installed, which is why we're addressing this at this point instead of prior to concept hearing. The second item is to submit a tree removal permit for the limb that was already cut. And then also the forester is requesting that the structural root zones of all these significant trees be shown on the site. So these are approximate estimations of the structural root zones for the significant trees. We have the 2 oaks here in the front. This is a neighboring tree, however, it's rated significant, and the structural root zone does cut into the site. And then this is the Monterey pine, which is the largest of the trees, and then that oak tree that's right here. So there's the requirement to show the structural root zone on the plans. And then there's also a condition that the footings may not trench through more than 25% of the structural root zones, and that a partial foundation plan needs to be provided showing the areas within the structural root zones and how the foundation will be constructed. And that's to ensure safety and protection of the trees during construction. So this is just a summary of the forester conditions. These are all included as in the resolution as draft conditions and recommendations. So staff did not identify any privacy or view impacts. As you can see, there are minimal windows. It's just a 1-story building. The windows are placed in such a way that they're screened by existing fencing, or they're aligned opposite opaque windows of neighbors. Again, very few windows, and the windows that do exist are not anticipated to have any type of privacy impact. And then just due to the location of the site within the city and the proposed height, there's no anticipated view impact. So the proposed residence relates to other homes nearby in terms of mass and bulk and is appropriate for the site. The site does slightly slope down towards the back. At this point, this is the tallest point of the building, that is 18 feet, which is the maximum allowed. However, from the street, it's approximately 15 feet, so it would read much shorter than is what's actually allowed. There is one issue with the heights. The plate height does slightly exceed the maximum allowed 12-foot plate height right here. The applicant has been informed of this, and they're confident that they can address the small plate height issue prior to the final hearing. And then the building is a simple U shape. The roof is pitched at 4 and 12 throughout. It's comprised of 3 gabled roof forms in the front of the building. The building mass is broken into the big, or the, shouldn't say big, the primary building roof form, and then the secondary building roof form at the back, which steps down to follow the topography of the site, which again is encouraged by the design guidelines, and then is finished with a cross gabled roof feature. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as described, and that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I should actually note before I move on, the rendering does show a black and white residence. That color scheme has been modified. There is a color page in the plans. It's more of a proposed to be beige, just the rendering hadn't been updated between what the applicant had initially submitted and the revised plans.
Thank you, Evan. Are there any questions for staff and the commissioners? No questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Evan. Okay. Is the applicant here, or the applicant's representative, or the designer? Do we have anybody here that's going to talk to us about this project?
I actually don't see them on the call, unless someone's going to surprise me.
We wore them out, huh?
I guess so.
No stamina. Maybe they got disconnected or something. Was he? Would they tell you, Evan? Anything? Did they intend to be here, or did you get any feedback on that?
We discussed the project a few times prior to the hearing. I never heard confirmation that they were going to be here, but I also didn't hear that they weren't going to be here.
So you didn't hear anything, huh?
No, I did discuss the conditions with them, and they understood the conditions, and I know the architect went out to the site following my site visit and agreed that the limbs were problematic. Mm-hmm. But we didn't discuss solutions. The solution was let's finish the concept hearing, and then we'll tackle Forest and Beach Commission and the limb removal.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm assuming the applicant is not here, is not going to show up. So is there any members of the public that have any comments they'd like to make to the Planning Commission regarding this application? Don't see anybody there either. Okay. All right. Guess we'll close the public comments and open it up to the commissioner for their comments. Commissioner Locke, you want to jump in?
Sure. I think this is just a darling little project. It's a darling project. I think that we on site at our site visit today, there's the large oak tree in the back that, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of several of our commissioners, really isn't as important to save if that were to have an impact on the design of the project. I think the biggest concern I have is for that beautiful Monterey pine
and that may require some adjustments to the location of the wall on the north side. And I would just encourage that to be the top priority for this project, is make sure that pine's not going to be impacted. But I think from the street, it fits in really well. If it's not stark white, it'll be a great addition to Unipro. So I'm good with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Bolton?
Hope you can hear me. We'll see. I like this project too. I support it, especially if it's not white. I don't want a white, but I understand that's not what it is. So that's great. I'm one of those people who thought that tree in the backyard wasn't that great. Unfortunately, you're going to have to at least remove a very, very large portion of that tree, leaving you with quite an unattractive tree. So I'd rather see that whole tree go. It's not really a great tree anyway. I mean, it's mature and everything, and I guess it might be healthy, but it's kind of ugly now, and it's going to be really ugly later. So I'd rather see it go, and maybe if the forest or Forest and Beach or whoever thinks it's important enough to add another tree. I think 2 upper canopy additions already is great. So I'm supportive of the project basically as it is, just with those comments about that tree. I also think that that pine tree is going to make things difficult for the actual construction. That structural root zone is basically, a third of that rear of the building. So good luck. I think you should do some reconsideration potentially of that, but I'm not going to direct you to. I just think that we need to preserve that tree. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Allen?
I agree with both of the commissioners' comments, and I want to make sure that we protect the trees. I'm not attached to the oak in the back, but I agree that we should ensure that we make sure that the pine is not affected by the construction.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Allen. Yeah, I'm concerned about that pine tree. I mean, what it looked like there is it was 4 feet from the base of the tree, and I mean, we have this 6 foot minimum, and then that tree is huge. As Commissioner Bolton said, a good portion of that addition is setting in the structural root zone. So that's a big challenge. And I think there needs to be some assessment by the city forester before we approve this design with that, as it is presented right now. I mean, I don't see how I can't support it the way it is right now without some kind of guidance from the city forester. So, I mean, as I understand, the city forester hasn't made any determination on this yet. Is that right, Evan? I mean, where are we on this?
Not in terms of any type of removal. So the removal of the oak or the limb would require Forest and Beach Commission approval.
So what about the pine? Did the city forester make any determination or comments about that?
She wanted to see the structural root zones on the plans as well as the foundation plan. And then we have the plan that shows the foundation will be 6 feet away.
But it wasn't as staked.
Yeah, I also question the accuracy of the story poles for the distance from the tree.
They may just be wrong. They may, maybe. Yeah. But
when we do, as part of the final approval for the project, we do ask for a survey letter that verifies the location of the footings. Mm-hmm. So if we have the distance from the property line, and we know where the tree is, we can basically guarantee that as long as the foundation is within that set distance from the property line, that it doesn't get any closer to the tree.
So how can the roots be protected with a tree that large? This has such a large structural root zone. I mean, are we just talking about bridging, or what are we talking about?
It would have to be constructed on piers.
On piers, okay. Mm-hmm. So just point locations?
Yeah, piers and cantilevers.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, what we can do is, since the commission clearly is expressing a concern about that pine tree, we can, it's not typical, but we can, when this goes to Forest and Beach, we can make sure that at least the Planning Commission's concerned. I'm sure the Forest and Beach Commission will catch it too. we can make sure the commission's concern is relayed at least, that they take a look at that, because it may alter the design. I mean, they may decide if the oak tree comes out, they may pull that part of the house back and fill in. So we'll see what the Forest and Beach Commission has to say as well.
Okay, so how do we condition our, this point, what do you suggest?
I think we just take it as direction from the Planning Commission.
All right, that's good. That's adequate.
Yeah.
We can, you might remember back a couple hearings ago when there was an encroachment that you were supportive of. There was direction for someone, an applicant, to apply for an encroachment permit. And we wrote into the resolution that the commission was supportive of approval of the permanent encroachment permit.
So it's like it's a recital versus a condition, basically.
Yeah. So we can write that into the recitals, saying that the commission is supportive of the removal of the tree. Or
okay, you're talking about the oak.
The oak, correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Having said that, we have a resolution here from staff, and those recommendations and draft conditions are: number 1, volume study; number 2, the heights, final review, revised plans; number 3, forestry conditions and review; and then number 4 are material samples specifications. So I guess number 3 is adequate, but I would like to have additional recommendation in there that the city forester comment on the structural root zone.
So I think it's written that the forester has, the forester has to approve of their those response items.
Okay, so you feel like you feel like it's adequate already?
I believe that my intent in writing it was that it's effectively a correction letter, and that the forestry, the following shall be addressed appropriately and reviewed by the forester for compliance prior to scheduling for final details review.
Okay.
So the forester would have to sign off on
all right,
them completing these items.
And this will come back at final, so we'll have another chance to look at it, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so do we have a motion? Who'd like to make a motion?
Chair, I'll move that we approve this project as submitted by the staff with the special and standard conditions as written. That's it.
A second.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the resolution as per staff with the recommendation and draft conditions. Is there any further discussion?
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure, go ahead.
Would you like to include any type of recommendation regarding the tree removal?
Commissioner Bolton?
I don't think it's necessary. I think the Forest and Beach does a good job with their trees, but I just was making the comment that I'm not concerned about that particular tree.
Okay.
I guess the opinion of the commissioners, as I heard it, was nobody thinks it's a significant tree. Is there any commissioners disagree with that characterization? Okay, all right. Does that clarify that for
yeah,
for staff?
It will be left to the discretion of Forest and Beach regarding their normal duties.
But the record will show that it wasn't considered significant by the commission.
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yep.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, the motion is carried. And that concludes our public hearing agenda. So the next item on our agenda tonight is a director's report. Brandon.
Thank you,
you're
Mr.
up.
Chair.
You're up.
Yep, I will keep it brief tonight. Just want to congratulate you all again on a wonderful planning commission meeting, getting through a lot of items, including the heady wireless stuff. That was 2 hours of your meeting tonight. So thanks for everybody putting in the effort. Exciting update on the staffing front. Our second code compliance coordinator will be starting June 16th. So just about a week. Really excited. We're going to have 2 code compliance coordinators at that point, which means we're going to have 7-day-a-week code compliance coverage in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea for the first time ever. So we will be out on the street Saturday and Sunday, making sure that work without permits doesn't magically happen on the weekends, which we know that it does.
That's a real strategy by people that are.
It is. And we're aware of it. We flex our 1 code compliance coordinator from time to time to come in on a weekend day, but it's really not enough. So we're excited. I'm excited for you all to meet the gentleman. He's coming most recently from Pennsylvania, but has spent time in California as well. He is a code compliance officer right now, so he's well versed in this world, and he works in a little cute township in Pennsylvania, so he's familiar with a small, quaint village. So we are very excited to have him start on June 16th. I want to let you know we are starting work or have started work, and we're doing a site visit next week with our consultant on our housing feasibility study, which is going to inform the housing element update by December 2023. So what this first step is, or what I talked about, I believe before, is a contractor helps us look at the city, find opportunity areas, think of incentives, where could our zoning code be amended to create incentives, things like that. We're doing that feasibility study to see where housing can possibly be created to meet or try to get close to at least that RENA number of 350 that we were handed by the state. And then that will then inform the updates that we'll do to our general plan. So we're really excited to begin work on that. I mean, this is all work that's now being able to be facilitated by the fact that the city council gave us an additional planner, a long range planner, Catherine, who you met earlier. We've got a lot of good work going on, including the Design Traditions Project, updating our design guidelines and our zoning code, our first community workshop. So this is a hands-on design charrette, 2 nights, June 21st and 22nd, Carpenter Hall, 4:30 to 7 p.m. I've been sending out a lot of flyers, and I'll continue to do it. This is going to be the first community workshop to really sit and get the community's hands in this, sitting around tables, doing drawings and things like that. So we're really excited to get the community feedback on that. Another exciting long-range planning project that we're working on.
Brandon?
Yeah.
Is that a hybrid meeting or is it just in person?
In person and hybrid.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we are going to go fully tech on everybody. We're going to have a couple of little Zoom rooms set up with my staff, and each one acting as a moderator inside of a Zoom room, so we can run the same exercises virtually that people are doing at the tables in person. We want to have as much opportunity for people to participate as possible. The first night is going to be focused on residential. The second night is going to be focused on commercial, so we get some really focused feedback there. And that's what I have for you this evening on updates. So thank you again for a wonderful meeting. I see Commissioner Bolton has his hand up. If I can answer a question, happy to.
I've got a housekeeping question. Do we need a vice?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. We will need to have a vice, and we'll have to put that on the agenda for next time. So thank you for asking that question. We will agendize that for next time.
Yeah, I forgot to mention it earlier. I just thought of it again.
It should have been something I thought of, but thanks for being a step ahead of me there. Okay, so I'm all done, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that concludes our meeting tonight. I want to thank everybody. Really did a good job, and I want to compliment our newest commissioner. I thought she did an excellent job. I really did.
Good job, Aaron.
Especially for a first meeting, a first challenging meeting. You did a great job. So we are expecting great things of you. No pressure.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
I won't let you down.
I'm sure you will. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.